Hello guys, and welcome back to a new video. Today I'm really excited and happy to announce the application that we will build together all along this video. So today it's really something exciting, it's really something important, and personally I really enjoyed it so much when I was building and recording this video. So we will build a WhatsApp clone application. So we will build something similar to the WhatsApp web application, and to achieve this goal we will use the top-notch technologies such as Spring Boot for the backend, Keycloak for securing our application, Angular 19 for the front-end, WebSocket for real-time communication between the users, and so on and so forth. So the application supports emojis, sending attachments like images, instant messaging, and so on and so forth. So it's really rich in functionality, and also it's really rich in code. So by following this application, you will really learn a lot. Before we start, I would like to give you a demo about what we will build by the end of this video. So first, go ahead and have a look on it. So let's have a look on the application that we will build so far. And now first I will start with signing in a new user. So here I have a first instance and I have another one in a private navigation. So here the first thing, I will register a new user. So here the first one, I will call it william@mail.com. So this will be the first one, and I will give it a password as a password. Let's confirm the password. And here let's give it the first name and Bell as last name. So let's click on register. So now we are automatically redirected to the main view of our application. So far we don't have any chat. So since this is a new user, we can here click and navigate and go to the account management dashboard, where the user can update his information, first name, last name, and so on and so forth. So let's go back in here. Now I will just register a new user. So here I will call it walter@mail.com, and I will use password as a simple password, and here I will call it Walter Bishop as my user name. So now if I click on register, so here when I click on this one to create a new chat, this will display all the connected users that I have in my application. So here I have a John Doe and I have a William Bell as well. So here let's start a chat with the user William Bell. So here when I click on it, it will display the information of the user, like the first name, last name, and if the user is online or not. Since our user in here is already online, since we just created it, so the user appears online. So here let's say hello William, and let's wave maybe for him. So here we can see that we can include some emojis, and we can see like a lot of them. Also for the emojis, we can configure them, like we can specify the color, we can specify so many things. So like it's really customizable, and we have a real like full set of icons. So here let's maybe use this one. And now when I click on send, so here first of all we see that here we have the latest message that was sent. So now if I switch to the new, or like to the other user, which is William Bell, like the connected one, so here we see that we receive a message and we have a non-read message. Also in here it's only one check, so this means that the message was just sent and it's not yet seen or opened by the receiver. So if I click on it, so here I see the information. So now maybe let's say hello back, and before saying hello back, we see here that when we open the email, so we see that we have a double check in here. So like it's instantly switched to seen. So hello back, let's try maybe to wave. So here if I search for wave, and now I can send the message. So here we see that we have the latest message is as hello back, and we have hello back in here, and my message is not yet seen. And if I click for example in here and switch back, so we see that the message was checked. So here for example, let's say message, hey, tell me what you think about this photo, about this picture for example. So I will attach a picture, let's say maybe my own picture. So now I can send a picture, right? So here when I move to the other side, if the last message is an attachment, so it will appear as attachment in here. So when I click on this, or when I select the chat, so this will mark the messages here as sent. So like it's the same behavior, or it's the same user experience as in the WhatsApp chat application. All right, so here, okay, I really like it. Maybe let's send some emoji, something like that, and then we can send this one. So here again, from the other side, this is the latest message, and we have here the time and so forth. So this is mainly or globally the application that we will implement all together. So this is something really really nice. Like personally, when I was recording and implementing this application, I had really so much fun. So I'm sure that you will have also, and you will enjoy implementing this application with me. So stick to the video and let's implement this application, this awesome WhatsApp clone all together. So what do you think? I think you will be really enjoying implementing this application. So now, before we start, if you are new to my channel, just go ahead and hit the subscribe button, enable the notification so you will be notified every time I publish new videos. And also, I just want to remind you, if you want to be part of our bootcamp community or bootcampers community, and you want to join us in our bootcamp, which is running right now, all you need to do is to hit the join button. I will leave you the link in the description of this video so you can be part of our community, and you will be learning how to implement really cool application, and you will learn a lot of technologies. So I already announced everything in my YouTube channel, so just go ahead and check the video if you want to know more about the application and about the bootcamp. Also, as I mentioned, I will leave you the link in the description of this video, and I'm really looking forward to seeing you all together building this community and improving your skills. So thank you so much, and now with no further ado, let's get started. Alright, so first of all, we will start with the ERD, or the Entity Relationship Diagram. Our WhatsApp clone contains mainly three tables or three entities: messages, chat, and users. So here the users, by the way, they will be automatically synchronized with our identity provider, which is Keycloak. And I will show you how we can synchronize the users with Keycloak directly and automatically. So let's understand now our diagram. So here we mentioned, or like we have users and a chat and a messages. So the user, we see here that we have two relationships between users and a chat, because for a given chat, a user can be the sender or can be the recipient. So the same user can be the sender or the recipient of this chat. All right. So that's why we need to have two relationships. And then we have messages. So the messages are related to a chat. So when we create a chat, so for example, when a user starts a chat with another user, so we will create a chat attribute or chat record into our table. And we will track some auditing attributes like created date or last modified date. And then we need to track also the sender ID and the recipient ID. All right. And then within that, we will track the messages. So when two users start communicating or like start sending messages and images and so on and so forth, we want to track this. So here we have, or like here comes the messages table. So we have our auditing records like create date, last modified date, and we have the chat ID since our message has a relationship with the chat. And then we have a content, so it's the message itself, and then we have a state if the message was sent or seen by the other user or like by the end user, and we have a type. So here we have a type because the content or the message itself, it might be a text or it might be a media file like image or audio, video, and so forth. So here you noticed already that we have a receiver ID and a sender ID, but we don't have a relationship within the user. All right. So for that, these two attributes are technical attributes. All right. So like I do not need to have a relationship with the users because I already have a relationship with the chat and the chat has a relationship with the users. But here I need extra information, which is the receiver ID and the sender ID. So picture with me the following scenario. So here we have user 1 and user 2. So the user 1 will start a chat with user 2. So the sender will be user 1 and the recipient will be user 2. Now the user 1 sends the first message. So here what we have. So we will have the message, the content, and so on and so forth. But the sender ID here for the first message will be user 1 and the receiver will be user 2. Now user 2 will reply to user 1. So the chat remains the same because the recipient and the sender, both of them, they form the chat. All right, so we don't care who started the chat, but both of them, they form the chat. But now when the user 2 sends back a reply or a response to user 1, the sender will be user 2 and the receiver will be user 1. And we need this information to identify who sent the message and the message was sent to whom. All right, like to whom, I mean who was the sender and the recipient for that specific message. All right, so this is our ERD for our WhatsApp clone application. Now we can start preparing our environment, start preparing our workspace, the code, and so on and so forth. And let's start diving into the code of this amazing application. All right, so the next step is what you need to do is only select a folder and use it as your workspace. All right, so like this is all you need to do for now. Just on IntelliJ, click on open and then just select a folder that you want to use it as your workspace. And now you can start following me along. So the first thing we will start by setting up our infrastructure. So I will create a new folder in here, a new file, sorry, and I will call it Docker Compose. So docker compose.yaml, and this file will contain the services that I will use in here. So I will use services, and then the first service will be Postgres. So this will be my database. I will give it a name, so I will call it Postgres SQL, and then I will call it WAC for WhatsApp clone. And then the image, I want it to be Postgres. We can use the latest one. And here I will pass a few environment variables like the Postgres user _ user. And this one I want it to be, for example, username, just to use a simple one. Yes. And then we will have Postgres password. So this will be the password for our container or like for our database. And let's keep it simple as password. All right. So now we can define the Postgres data, where this data will be stored. So automatically it will be under /var/lib/PostgreSQL. So PostgreSQL/data. All right. So here I'm missing a T, and then what we want to do at the startup of our container. So here we can pass a PostgreSQL or like a Postgres _DB, and here we can specify the database name. All right, so I will call it WhatsApp clone, and this means that when the container or the Postgres container starts up, it will automatically create a database for us called WhatsApp clone. All right, so here we can define also a volume to make our volume persistent, and let's call it Postgres, and we will create it in few moments. And then it will be under /data/Postgres. All right, so here I guess we can now start defining our volume. So here let's create volumes, and let's call this one Postgres as we did in here, like the same name. And then let's give it a driver local. And that's it. So now we have our volume already defined. So next step, we need to define ports. And we want like to expose the port 5432 and O on 5432. All right. And also we can specify a network, just a networks, not network. So here we can specify networks, and let's call it, for example, WhatsApp clone. So this will be the name of our Docker network. So here all we need to do is to come here and create a network. So here I will create network, and I will call it WhatsApp clone, and I will give it a driver bridge. All right, so now we have our network, we have everything. Since we want to secure, also we can add another thing. So we can add the restart option, and here let's say unless stopped. All right, so we can move to the next service, which is Keycloak. So I will give it a name Keycloak. So since we said that we want to secure our application using Keycloak, so now we just need to define the Keycloak container. So I will give it a container name, and I will call it Keycloak-WAC for WhatsApp clone. And the image, it will be from kai.io.keycloak, kai.io/keycloak/keycloak. And here we can specify the version, which is the latest one at the time of recording this video, which is 26.0.0. Also, I will export some ports, or like I will expose some ports. So I want to use 9090 over 8080. So 9090 is the one that I want to use, and 8080 is the default one from Keycloak. All right, so now let's define few environment variables. So here I want to define the Keycloak admin user, or like admin username. I will give it admin as a simple name. And then Keycloak password, or like Keycloak_admin password. And I want it also to be admin, just to keep it simple. And then I can define a network, or like add it to the WhatsApp clone network. And then within Keycloak, we need to run a command when the container spins up. All right. So here we can pass a command option, and then we can do start dev, because Keycloak has already a script called start dev, and this will start our Keycloak server for us. So like this will spin up the Keycloak container, and this command will start the Keycloak application, or like the Keycloak server. All right, so now we have our services up and ready. So now, just to make sure that everything is working fine, all I need to do is to open the terminal and do docker compose up, and I can use also the option -d, and here we have everything is up and running, as you can see here. All right. So here we have like a failing option for PostgreSQL, because the port is already new. So what I did, I just stopped that one, and now I have both my containers up and running, which is PostgreSQL and Keycloak WhatsApp clone container. Both of them are up and running. So the next step is we will move on to create our backend application. So let's move on and do that. All right, so now when it comes to creating the project, so I prepared everything for you, and also I will leave you the link for like to have the same configuration for this project in the resources of this project later on. So like when you check the code on GitHub, or even in the comments description section of the video, you will see also the link to create the project. So like all you need to do, just copy and paste the project, and you will have all the configuration will be loaded automatically with all the things that I will configure in here. So now let's go ahead and understand what we like, the project that we want to build. So here first we will use a Maven project with the Java language and the latest stable version from Spring Boot, which is 3.4.1. And here we have some metadata for our project, like the group ID com.alibu. The artifact is the WhatsApp clone, and the name WhatsApp clone API, the description WhatsApp clone API, and the package name, or the base package name, will be com.alibu.whatsapp clone. So here for the Java version, you can use starting or like up from Java 17, and the packaging will be a jar packaging. Now let's move on and see what are the required dependencies for our project. So here we need first our Spring Web. We will use later on Flyway migration to initiate, or like to create the database, and so on and so forth. Also, we need Spring Data GPA to interact with the database, validation to validate the inputs. We also need WebSockets, since we want to have a real-time communication between the users. Also Lombok to reduce the boilerplate code, PostgreSQL driver, since we are using PostgreSQL as a database, and of course we need our OAuth 2 resource server, because for that we are using Keycloak, so we need that to work with Keycloak. So now all I need to do is to click on generate, and this will download my WhatsApp clone project, and all I need to do is just to extract it and place it under my workspace folder, all right, like the one that we created in here. So all I need to do is just to extract the folder inside this WhatsApp clone folder, all right, and then I will show you the step how to import that one. So let's move on and do it. All right, so now we have our project in here. So, but for now, it looks just like a folder with just simple classes. So like it's not even recognizing that this is a Java class. How to fix that? All you need to do is just go to File and then New, and then you have Module from existing source. Just click on it and navigate to your workspace where you have your application. So just navigate in here and select the pom.xml file and just click on open, and this will automatically import the project as a Maven project. And here you will see that you have Maven view just getting shown. All right, so now we have our project. Now we can move on and start implementing our application and our backend application step by step. So before we move on to the code, we need to do something first. So here, all you need to do is just to go to localhost and then 9090. You need to navigate to the Keycloak application, or like to the Keycloak server, and log in with the user admin. So you will see this warning because by default we have only the admin user and we need to create a new admin. But since this is only like a dev one, so we can just keep it like so. So here we have by default the master realm. So now we need to create a new realm, and I will call it WhatsApp clone. All right, so I will call it WhatsApp clone. So by the way, if you are not familiar, or like if you are not too much familiar with Keycloak, I really recommend checking my video on YouTube, which explains in details and in deep Keycloak. All right, so now I will just move on and create our realm. And then within the clients, I will create a new client. So here I will just keep everything as a default, a client type OpenID connect, and the client ID, I will call it WhatsApp. So WhatsApp clone app. All right, so like WhatsApp clone application. And here we can give it, for example, WhatsApp clone application. We don't need a description. We can keep it always display in UI. And here we will keep everything as is, and then just click on next. And here for the root URL, for now, the root URL and the valid redirectory URL, it will be our HTTP and then :/localhost/4200. Since this application, or since this client will be used for both backend and frontend. So I will just copy the URL and paste it in here. So for the web origins, for now, I will just add *, but when you go to production or you want to deploy this application, just make sure you limit the web origins to only the origins that you have. So now let's click on save, and now we have our client ready to use. So we will keep Keycloak aside right now, and we will come back to it later on when we need to configure and to see other things. But for now, all we need to do is to have our realm and to have our application. Also, before we move on, if you go to realm settings and click on endpoints in here, like OpenApi endpoint configuration, here you will see some links. All right, and this is the one that we will need in order to configure our backend application, and the rest I will show you if we need something about that. All right, so now let's move on, or like let's move back to our application and start implementing and writing some code. All right, so with the ultimate version that I already provided you 3 months for free to use IntelliJ, the ultimate version, for free. So I will click on this database tool and I will create a new data source. So here I will just filter for Postgres SQL, and here I will keep everything as default, since it will be automatically connecting to localhost and the port 5432. And the username, I just need to provide the username I put in my Docker Compose configuration, and here password. And all I need to do is to click on test connection. So now the test is succeeded. So I will click on apply, and in here I will just select my WhatsApp clone and all schemas. All right, so here we see that we have our WhatsApp clone with the public schema, or even here I will just select only the public one. So here when we create our tables or our entities, the tables will be shown in here. So let's close this one, and now we will go to resources and then application.properties. So I will rename the properties. I will use YAML representation, and I can delete this one, and now we will start configuring our properties to connect to the database, also to for flyway and for security and so forth. All right, so the first thing we need to configure our spring.datasource.url. so the URL is the one that we see in here. So if I click on properties, and we see here that we have, this is our URL. So I will just copy it and paste it in here. The only thing I need to change is I need to change this PostgreSQL because this is the default database, and I need to use my WhatsApp clone database. So just to be sure, let's go back to Docker Compose, and here we called our database WhatsApp clone. So just copy this one to avoid typos and mistakes. So let's paste this one in here, and then we need to provide the username, which is username, and password, which is password, and then we will add some JPA configuration. So here we have JPA, and then we have Hibernate, and then we will select our DDL auto. For now we will keep it to update, since we want to update always our schema, and then we can change it, or we can switch it to validate when we enable flyway. So here I can also enable show SQL. So just to show you, for my case, I will just set it to false because I don't want to show the SQL. But for you, if you want to show the SQL, all you need to do is to switch this flag to true. And then we will add some properties. So the first thing, I will use properties.hibernate.formatSQL. So this one you can set it to true or false. Like when you enable this one to true, so the SQL will be formatted, so you can read in a better way all the queries. So again, at the same level of properties, in here I will add a database. So my database is PostgreSQL. All right. Also, I can specify my database platform, so which is org.hibernate.dialect. So this will help Spring Data JPA to convert, or like to generate the correct queries for my application, or like for my database. And this one is called PostgreSQL. So like SQL in uppercase dialect. All right. So then we can add also some flyway configuration, and I will set it to enabled false for now, since we have our DDL auto to update. So we want to automatically generate the tables from the code, and I will show you later on what to do, or like how to configure flyway to create the database and do all the stuff without using Spring Data JPA. So now we want to add some security configuration. So here I will add security.oauth2. So it's oauth2.resourceserver.jwt.issuer URI. So this is the property. So it's security.oauth2.resourceserver.jwt.issuer URI. So the issuer URI is the one that I showed you before. So this is the issuer. All right. So this is what we need to copy. Here we see that we have a property called issuer. So this is the one that we need to copy and paste in here. All right. So then, since we want also to add file uploading, or like media uploading, we want to upload the file, like whether an image, audio, video, and so on and so forth. We need to enable, or like to add some extra configuration for that. So here I will add servlet, and then multipart. So by the way, that multipart by default is enabled, true, but here I want to add a max file size. All right, so the max file size by default it's 1 megabyte, but I want to set it to 50 megabyte. All right, so now since we are talking about uploading files, so here, like from now, I will just define the property for the location where I want to upload my media files. So here I will just create a property. So like this one, it will be custom. So it will be application.file, and then I will have uploads, and I will call it media output file. So media output path, or like file, and I will call it just slash uploads. So this will create a folder, and it will be in here, like in the root folder of my workspace, and the folder will be called uploads. All right. So just we did, or like the one we just defined in here. We will use it later on. So if we need some extra configuration, we will come back to that later on. So now the next step is we will start by configuring our security. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, now let's start configuring our security. So under our WhatsApp clone API application, I will go to source main Java, and in here I will create a new class under a new package called security. So I will call it security, and then I will call it security config class. All right, so this will be my security configuration class. So here I need to do few steps. The first thing is I need to mark it as a configuration, so it will be picked up by Spring Boot. And then I need to enable web security. So now in order to define our security, we need to create a bean of public, not of public, but we need to create a bean of type security filter chain. So I will create public security filter chain, and let's call it just security filter chain, and it takes a parameter of type HTTP security, and we will call it just HTTP. So finally, all we need to do is to return http.build. So this is what we need to do to provide as a return type. So then we will start configuring our HTTP. So here, for the first thing, I will have HTTP and then course. So I will define the course, and the course for now I will just do with defaults. So like the customizer with defaults, and I can also use a static import. So it will be just the method name. All right, so then I will disable the CSRF. So here, in order to disable it, I need to use the abstract HTTP configurer, and then we have a disable attribute. All right, and then we need to do authorize requests. So dot authorize requests. So here we need to pass a request, and it needs to be a lambda expression. So now let's start defining our strategy, or like our security. So the first thing, I will have a request matcher, and then I will have a list. So I will just define it in a few seconds. So here, this is the list of the requests that I want to authorize or to permit. So here I will just do permit all, and then any request, any other request. So maybe let me do it this way. I want it to be authenticated. All right. So here we need to select the open URLs or the open URIs, and then we need to close the rest. All right, so this is how it should be. So now for the list of these request matchers, I will use this list. So in here I have, maybe this one we do not need it, but here we will have like a v2 for Swagger. So even this one we do not need it, since we will be using the version 3. And then here we have the API docs /star Swagger resources. So like this part is related to Swagger. All this, like this is the resources that we need to authorize for Swagger. And this one is for our WebSocket that we will configure later on. So this list, you should not like do typos or like forget to add this list, especially for the WebSocket, because for the WebSocket, if you do not add this one, you will not be able to connect to our WebSocket later on. All right, so then we need to define our OAuth to resource server. All right, so here it should not OAuth to resource server, and it will not be like with default. So I would like to configure my own. So here what we want to do is we want to configure or to convert the roles that we will receive from Keycloak, because later on maybe we will have some endpoints related only to some type or like to some specific roles, and so on and so forth. Otherwise, if you have nothing, you can just use with defaults. All right, but let's see how we can do, or like how we can convert the Keycloak resources. And here I will pass an authentication or an authorization, and I will use a lambda expression. So it will be auth.jwt, and then we need to convert the token. So here I will have my token, again a lambda expression for this one, which is like a JWT. The token is of type JWT configurer, and here I will have my token .jwt authentication converter. So it's JWT authentication converter. So here, instead of using this so whether we can use the default one, which is like the JWT authentication converter, which is like a default one, which is in case, for example, I do not need the roles from Keycloak, I can use this one. Otherwise, I can create my own converter. So for example, here I can create a new class. For example, I can call it Keycloak JWT authentication converter. So here, let's do this one. So let's call it Keycloak JWT authentication converter. So I will create this class in the same package, in the security package. And here, all I need to do is to implement this one. All right, so here I can remove this one, and also I need, so like this converter. So because this class, or like this Keycloak JWT authentication converter, needs to implement a converter interface, which is a generic one. So this one is, it takes, or like it should pass, or like we should pass two types. The first one is the JWT. So this is our JWT. And it is from Spring Framework Auth2 JWT, and then any class that extends the abstract authentication token. So here I will just remove the extend and pass this abstract authentication token as a parameter. All right, so now all I need to do is to click in here and implement the methods. So implement method, I need to implement a method called convert. All right, and it has as a parameter our JWT. So like this is the JWT token. So I will mark this one as non-null. So this should not be null. So this is why we need this annotation right here. And now all I need to do is to return a new JWT authentication token. And here I need to pass the source, which is this JWT here. And then what I want to do a stream dot concat. So I would like to concat two things. All right, so the first one is my JWT granted authorities converter. So here we have a converter like or granted authorities converter, which is a JWT granted authorities converter, and then I can do convert, and I can pass my JWT. Sorry, not the JWT. There is something wrong with this auto completion. So I just pass the source and then dot stream, and then, so this is the first one. So this is the first part. The second part is a method that I would like to create, which will extract the resource roles from the JWT token. So I will create a method. I will call it extract resource roles. All right, so like even for this, for example, even for this application, we will not use the roles, but I just wanted to provide you this configuration in case you need it in the future. All right, so here I will say just, I need to pass the source, and here I need to get the stream out of it. So I can do a stream.concat, and then all I need to do, so this is my stream.concat, and then I can do collect and then to set. Right, because I need a set. Why I need a set? Because, for example, if I have a role user 2 times, I only need it once. All right, so let's create this method. So this one, it will return a collection, but it will be anything that extends the granted authorities. All right, so granted authority, this interface, and we need our JWT as a parameter. So what we receive within, or like from Keycloak, so like the JWT token, it has a claims. All right, so I will create a resource access. So it has a claims called resource access, is of type a new hash map. All right, so it will be a new hash map, and we can initialize it with JWT. So this one, I will call it just JWT for an easy name. So it will be jwt.getClaims, and here we can give the name, or like we can pass the name. So here just one claim, not all the claims. So here it's called resource. So resource access. So this is the claim that we need in the beginning. All right. So then there is something called eternal. So this eternal, so first we need to do, we need to cast it. So when we do a resource, our resource access, so let me show it in here, .get account. So it's not eternal but account. So this is the auto completion from IntelliJ. So this one, it will return also a map that contains the roles. All right. So here I will cast this one to a map of a string and then a list of string. All right. So it will be a string and a list of string. Then I will create another variable, which is roles, and it will be my eternal variable .get roles. So here we have the list of the roles. So finally, all I need to do is to extract the roles, convert them, and just return them. All right. So here, all I need to do is to return roles.stream and then .map. I need to do mapping. So here, how to map? So here I just need to return a new simple granted authority from the role. So, but I need to do something else. So it's not just role, but we know that Spring uses always role underscore something. All right. And then for the role, like the roles that come from Keycloak, they are dashed. Dashed means that they are like this. So for example, role name, like this. But I would like to convert them to this way. All right. So this is what I want to do now. So here all I need to do is role.replace. I would like to replace the dash with an underscore. And finally .collect, and here I just need to return a set. All right. So like this is what this extract resource roles method should do. So first we need to get the resource access, and then we need to get the list, or like the map, from the account, and from there we can get the list of roles, and then all we need to do is to map them, or like to transform these roles to the roles that Spring Boot can understand. All right, let's go back to our security configuration. So now we have our security filter chain configured and configured and ready to use. We have something else. So here we said that I want my course with defaults. So this with defaults means that Spring will search for any bean of type course filter, and from there it will get all the configurations for our course configuration. If we do not provide anything, Spring will use the default one, or like the default configuration from its course configuration, or like course filter configuration, and this by default will block all the requests from the outside. All right. So this is why we need now to create a bean of type course filter. So I will create a public course filter, and I will call it course filter. And here, make sure that you import the correct one. So like the one we need is from Spring Framework. And here, all I need to do, I will have a final URL based course configuration. And here we have two options. The first one is like for normal web applications, and the second one is for the reactive ones. So since our application is not reactive, so we need to use the other one. All right. So this is our source. Let's call it source, and then I will do a final course configuration. So course configuration, and I will call it config. And now I will start adding the configuration. So the first one, it will be config.set allowed credentials true. And then I will do config.set allowed origins. So here, if you put star, this means that you will allow everyone, or like every external or every origin, to access our backend. But if we want, for example, to limit the number of origins, all we need to do is just to provide a list. So like whether we can externalize it to our application.yaml file, or we can define a static list, or like get it from the environment variables, and so on and so forth. So like the ways to get this list, like we have multiple ways. So for now, I will just do collections.singleton list, and I will provide our front-end URL. So it will be http :// and then localhost /4200. So this is the URL of our front-end application. And here it should be allowed origins, by the way. And here it should be set allowed origins. I don't know this auto completion, why it's messing up a few things. And then we can add also a config, and we do set allowed headers. So like, what are the headers that we want to accept? All right, so here I will use a full list. Okay, so I will use arrays.asList, and from here I will just provide what I want to do, or like what I want to provide. So the first thing, it will be HTTP headers. So HTTP headers dot origin. So this is, so it should be HTTP headers from Spring, and then origin. So this is the first header that I would like to authorize. Let me duplicate this one and then just update them one by one. And then content type, we also accept. So like, this is an acceptable header for us, and also authorization, since we need that one to authorize or like to get the token. All right, so then we can also add the allowed methods. So here we can also add source. Sorry, not the source. We are not done yet with the configuration. So it will be config.set allowed method. So here I have, I would say, a complete list maybe. So it will be a get, a post, put, delete options, and so forth. So these are the methods that I want to allow. So here I think, or like from my side, we will not have a delete, or like we will not implement a delete functionality for our application. So we will not be able to delete a message. But if we do not need a delete method, so all I need to do is just to remove it from the list in here. All right, but I will just keep it for you as a record, or like as a reference for your future implementations. So here we have get, post, put, delete, and then we can also, instead of options, we can add here maybe a patch. So here just to patch some requests, and I guess this is fine. And you can also add other methods if you need to. So now all I need to do is I need to register the course configuration. So registering the course configuration, here I need to provide a pattern. So like, for which URLs, or like for which pattern I want to register this configuration. For us, we want to register this one for all the URLs and all the resources that we have within our application. And finally, all I need to do is to return a new course filter within the source that we just created. All right, so this is all about the configuration of our security. Next, we will do something which is really interesting, and we will see how we can synchronize users from, or like between Keycloak and our application. So like, since we mentioned earlier that the users that we will store in our database, they are mainly coming from Keycloak. So we will see how we can synchronize these users within our application and Keycloak. So before moving to synchronizing the users with Keycloak, let's first create the entities. So the first thing I will start with is I will create a common package, and I will create a base auditing entity. All right, so base auditing entity. So this base auditing entity, it will contain the base attributes for auditing. All right, so first I will start adding some annotations like getters and setters, all args constructor, no args constructor, and I will need my super builder. If nope, it's a super builder from Lombok, and then I will need to add a mapped superclass annotation, and then it should be an entity listener with an auditing entity listener dot class. So then, in order to enable the auditing or like the entity listener, we need to go to our WhatsApp clone, or like the main application, or like the main class, and we need to enable auditing. All right, so enable JPA auditing. So what is this? Enable JPA not repositories, enable JPA auditing. All right, so now we can close this one, and we can come back to this class. So here I will mainly define two attributes, which is the created date and the last modified date. So we need to track when a message was created, a chat was created, a user, and so forth. So here I will have a private local date time. Local date time, I will call it created date. And then I will give it few annotations. So first it needs to be created date. So this is the first annotation. And then I will add the colon attribute, or like the colon annotation. So first I will give it a name. And the name, for example, let's call it created underscore date, and it should be nullable false. And of course, also it should be updatable false. So we do not want to update this created date. So once the record is created or like inserted into the database, we should not be able to update it afterwards. So then I will create a private local date time, and here I will call it last modified. So let me call it last modified date. And here I will call it, I will give it the annotation last modified date, and of course the colon annotation. And here let's give it a name, last modified date. And then it should be insertable false. So this last modified date, it should not be insertable. It only needs to be updatable when we update something. So this is our base entity. Then we can move to create our base, or like to create the other entities, the chat, message, and the user. So first I will start with the user. So here I will create a new package. I will call it user, and inside it I will create my user.class. So the first thing, I need to extend my base auditing entity, and then I will need to give it some annotations like getters. So it will be a getter, and we will have a setter, all args constructor, no args constructor, and it should be of course an entity. All right, so this is our annotation, and I will give it a table name. So table and then name, and I will call it users. So now I need just to provide some properties or some fields. So the first thing, it will be our ID, and the ID, it will be a private string ID. So this ID will not be auto-generated, but it will be the ID which comes from Keycloak. So since the ID from Keycloak is UUID format, so all I need to do is to create a string ID. And then I will have a private string first name, and I will have a private string last name and a string email, and I will have a private local date time. So here I will have a local date time, but this one I will call it last seen. So I will explain the last seen later on. So like the last seen is when the user was last seen. So this will help us to define or to check if the user is online or not. So this is the first entity. Let's go ahead and create the chat entity and the message entity, and then we will come back to finalize the relationships and so forth. So the second one, it will be the chat. So I will create it under a chat package, and I will call my entity chat. So just to move faster, I will just copy these annotations and paste them in here. So here, instead of users, I will just call it chat. And of course here we need to extend our base auditing entity. So now let's define the different attributes. So first I will have a private string ID. So I will use a string ID for the chat. So I'm just trying to alternate between the IDs just to show you as much as possible. So I need to annotate this one with an ID annotation, and now we need to define the generation strategy. So here for the strategy, instead of using an identity, I want to use UUID, or like unique unified ID. Sorry, it's called unique universal ID. I can use also a static import in here, so you see it's statically imported. And now we can define the rest. So here we will have a private user. So we'll define the user, a private user, and this one will be the sender. All right, so let's import the user. And the user should be from our package, not Spring Framework or Catalina or anyone else. And then I will have another user, or like another type of user, which will be the recipient. So this will be my recipient. And then of course we will have a private. We will come back to the relationships later on. So here I will have a list of messages. So for that I will create a message. I will create a class, and I will create it in a package called message. So then I can paste the same annotations, and here I will call it messages, and of course extends our base auditing entity. No need to implement this serializable. And here for the message, I will use a private long ID, and I will give it the ID annotation. And here for the generation, for the generated value, I would like to use a sequence, but I will define the sequence myself. So here I will just say a sequence, but before I will create, or I will add a sequence generator annotation. So here I need to give it a name. So the name will be message sequence. All right. So I will give it this name, and the sequence name, let's give it also like message underscore sequence. And now I can also define the allocation size and set it to 1, because by default the allocation size is 50. So like it will be incremented by 50. So here it's better to use 1 just to avoid the gaps. And here we defined already the strategy, and now we can define, or like we can pass the generator. So the generator will be my message sequence, like it should be the name of my sequence generator. So this is for the ID. Then we will define a private string content. So this will be the content of my message, and for this one I will add a colon. And here I will give it a colon definition. So I want it to be of type text. All right, so like just to support long texts. So then I will have a message state. So private message state, and I will call it state. So for this message state, I want it to be enumerated, and it should be enum type dot string. So now let's go ahead and define, I do not want to import, but I want to create an enum called message state. And for here, like for this message state, we will have basically 2 states, sent and seen. So if the message was sent and if the message was seen by the recipient. So this is why we need our message state. So then we will have another attribute. It will be message type. So here not tray icon, but I want to create my own enum for that. So for the message type, we will define few things. So it will be whether of type text, image, voice, or audio, for example. So this one I will just call it audio, and this one I will call it video. So these are the type of messages that will be supported by our application. Again, I will just give it or like mark it as an enumerated with an enum type string. So then we need to add 2 extra fields. So here I will define a private string sender ID. So this is what we showed and what we explained already in the beginning. And also I will have a private string receiver ID. So receiver ID. So for this one, I will add the colon annotation, and I will say it's nullable false. So this one should not be nullable. Also, I can give them a name. So let's give it a name, and here let's say sender underscore ID. And the same for this one, we can also give it a name, and it will be receiver underscore ID. All right, so now let's go back to our chat class, and let's start defining the relationships between our different entities. So here we mentioned that between the user, the chat and the user, so we have 2 relationships. So the user can be the sender or can be the recipient. So now let's define the first one. So this should be a many-to-one annotation. I don't want it to be a fetch type eager. We can define this one later. And I would like to add a join colon, and let's give it a name. And here let's call it sender ID. So the same way I will copy these 2 annotations, and here I will call it recipient ID. So these are the 2 relationships between the chat and the user. So then what do we have? We have also a relationship between the chat and the messages. So like for each chat, we have a list of messages. All right. So here, maybe let me import the message as well. So now all I need to do is to define its one-to-many annotation. And here I will do a mapped by chat. So this is an attribute that we need to create in the message. And I will give it a fetch type eager because I want to fetch it eagerly. Also, I want to order. So here I want to order by, or like to order when I get the list of messages, I want to order it by create date disk. So here, let's define it created date. So created date desk. So like I want always to display the latest message on the top. All right. So this is why I need the created date. All right. So here let's go to the message and also like add the relationship with the chat. So here after the type, I will define an attribute of type private chat and I will call it chat. So like the name should be exactly the same as this one. All right. So now let's give it some annotation. So it will be a many to one. And let's give it a join colon. And let's give it a name chat ID, chat underscore ID. So now we are done with this one. Let's go back to the chat. And here I would like to define few methods. Or before defining the methods, I will just add the relationship within the user, like between the user and the chat. So after the last scene, I will create a private list. So I will create a private list of chat. So here I will call it chats as sender. All right. So like these are the chats as for the user as a sender. And again, I will add a chat as recipient. All right. So now let's add the relationship. So this one, it will be a one-to-many. And then mapped by, and here it will be sender. This is the one that we defined in the chat entity. And this one, it will be recipient. So we mentioned before that this last scene method, we will attribute, sorry, not method, we will use it to define whether if the user is online or not. So for that, I will create a transient method or like a transient get method, and it will be a public Boolean is user online. So this will define if my user is online or not. So here it's simply, I want to return if my last scene is not null and last scene is before, or like should be, sorry, not before, but it should be after. But should be after a given time. So it should be after a local date.now. And here I can add plus minutes. All right. So I will add plus minutes. So this means what? So let's imagine that the user last seen was 10 o'clock, 5 o'clock. All right. And now is 10, 9. So here let's last seen equals 10:05, for example, and now is 10:09 minutes. All right. So here, if the user online, so for example, I will just assume that if the user is online, this means that he has been not, or like the last seen was 5 minutes ago. All right. So like with this 10:09, this means that user is online. And for example, if now equals 10, for example, let's say 12 minutes. So this means that user is offline. All right. So here for this plus minutes, and I will define last active interval. So this you can also, I'm just extracting it to a constant. So I will create a constant field and I will make it of type int. So I will say, or like I will set it to 5 minutes. So like if the user is online, like the interval for the user to be online is 5 minutes. If he is not online in this interval, so I will consider my user to be offline. All right. So like this is why we need this is user online method. So let me delete that. And as you can see here, if the last scene is not null and if the last scene is after this interval. But sorry, this should be minus, not plus. All right. So like this should be minus 5 minutes. So like we get the current time minus 5 minutes, and this will define if the user is online or not. All right, so now we are done with the user. Let's go back to the chat. So now for the chat, we need also to define few methods in here. All right, so like we will define some methods for the chat. So the first one, we need a method to get the chat name. So it will be a transient again. And here I will call it public string get chat name. So the chat name, it will be a concatenation between, so like it will be the sender ID first name and last name, or the recipient ID first name and last name. Because with, like as we mentioned before, the sender can be this, like the one who starts the chat, he will be the sender, but the recipient should not see his name, his own name, but he should see the recipient name. And for that, we will pass a string sender ID. We can make it also final. So like we can pass the sender ID as a parameter, and this will help us define the sender, the chat name. So this, it will look like this. So here, if our recipient dot get ID is equals the sender ID, if the sender ID is the recipient itself. So I just need to return my sender ID, sorry, not the sender ID, but the sender.get first name concatenated with the sender.get last name. Otherwise, I just need to return the recipient.get first name and last name. So this will be the chat name. So let's assume, for example, that the chat is between user 1 and user 2. When the user 1 is connected, the chat name should be user 2, because the user 1 is talking or like is chatting with user 2. But now if the user 2 is the one connected from the other side, the chat name should be the user 1, not the other way around. So I hope this is clear. Now, we also need, or like we want to display something else, or like to get another information. So we want to get the number of the unread messages for a user. All right. So again, I will add a transient method, and I will call it public long get. So it should be a long get unread messages. So unread messages count or unread messages. So this should be fine. So I want to return messages, not dot size, but here I need to do something. So here I need to stream over it, and I need to do, or like I need to filter twice. So first I need to filter for the message m.get receiver ID should be equals my sender ID. So here I need to pass a final string sender ID. So here the receiver should be the same as the sender. So like sender ID. So here it might be confusing, but so if the sender ID, so like it's the same logic as in here. So like it depends on the connected user. So we need to get the unread message from the other side. All right. So this is the first filter. I want to apply a second one. So if the state is sent, all right, because when the message is seen, we will mark it as seen, but I want to count only the sent messages, the messages that are not seen by the recipient. All right, so here I will also add a new filter, and here, so I will use message state.sent. It should be equals message.getState. And then finally, all I need to do is to count these messages. So I will need also another method. So I will create another transient method, and it will be a public string. So get last message. So all this information, we will need them when it comes to the UI, because we want to display the information, like to have a UI that looks like exactly WhatsApp, and we want also to implement the same behavior. So just follow me along and you will understand all these methods that I'm creating right here. So here I will just do something. If my messages is not null, and the messages and not the messages is empty. So like if I have messages, otherwise I can just return null. So here, if I have messages, so because we can have a chat without messages, all right? So this is possible. So here, since we have different types of messages, so like we have a text, media, and so on and so forth. So if the message Okay, so the auto completion is nice, but it's really annoying. So I want to get the last message, because here I know that the messages are ordered by created date. So I'm sure that I'm always getting, or like on the top of the list, I always have the last message. So that's why I'm doing messages.get0. All right. And here .get type. So .get type is not equal text. So if the type is not text, so I will just return an attachment. All right, so like this will be an attachment because it will be image, audio, or video. All right, else I will just return my message.get0.get content. So this is my last message. So like this should be the last message. If the last message is not text, so this means the message is an attachment. Otherwise, I will just get the content for that message. Also, on the WhatsApp application, or like the web WhatsApp application, even the mobile one, we always display the last message time, like when the last message was sent. So I will create a transient method and I will call it public local date time. So it will be a local date time get last message time. And this last message time, so the same thing, we need to do the same check in here if we have messages. Otherwise, we return null. So here, just return null. And if we have messages, all I need to do is to get messages.get0, like getting the first one, or like the last message, .get created date. All right, so like these are the methods that we need for our chat entity. All right, so now we are done with the entities. Later, we will move and we will define some queries that we will need, or like that we will use to fetch the data, like chat, messages, users, and so forth. So like we will define some named queries in order to make our life easier, and we will also see how we can use named queries within Spring Data JPA. So now I would like to define some named queries in order to fetch some data. So we will define some named queries for the user, for the message, and for the chat as well. So let's start with the user. Here we will need around 2 or 3 queries. So this, like named queries, it will just to make our code easier and readable, and also like to prepare the queries up front. So here I will just use a named query from Java Jakarta.persistence package. Sorry, not named queries, but just a named query. And for the named query, we just need to give it a name. So here we will define the name later, and we need to define the query. So here the query. All right, so the first one, it will be find user by email. For that, I will just create a constants class in here, and I will call it user constants. So for this user constants, I will define my first constant. So here, just to make this one a constant class, I will just add a private constructor so we cannot initialize it because it contains only constants. So here I will have my public static final string. So the first one, I will call it find user. So it should be find user by email. So here I will call it users.findUser by email. So now let's go back to our user. And for the name, I will use my user constants.findUser by email as a query name. So now this is a simple one. It will be select u from user. Let's give it the alias u, where email, or like u.email equals the email that I will receive as a parameter. So this is the first one. I will create another named query, and I will give it name user constants, and I will call it find all users except self. So this query, it will fetch the list of users from the database. So this will have a role like to fetch the list of the contacts. All right. So here, let me create the variable first. So here, let's call it users.find all users except self. All right, so let's go back and define this one. So for this one, it will be select you from users, or like user you, where user.id is different from the public ID that I will pass as a parameter. So the public ID will be the Keycloak ID, or like the Keycloak, the token, or like the user ID that we'll receive from Keycloak, since our users will be the exact same as the users stored in Keycloak. I will need another named query. Let's give it a name, and here let's say user constants dot find user by public ID. So I want like to fetch the user by its ID. So by public ID. And in here, let's define the query. So first, let's define this one, or let's create these constants. So create constant field, and let's give it users.findUser by public ID. So the query for this one will be almost the same as this one. So I'll just copy paste it, but in here it will be equals. All right, so these are the three queries that we need for the user. Now let's define the queries that we need for the message. So for the message in here, I will define a first named query. So named query, and here let's give it a name. And again, we will create a message constant dot find messages by chat ID. So since we don't have this constant class, let's go ahead and create it under our message package. So create a class, message constants. Again, let's create a private constructor for this one. And in here we can create, or like we can initialize this constant. So here it will be messages dot find messages by chat ID. All right, so now let's write the query for this one. And here let's call it, sorry, it's not a named native query, it's just a named query. So let me import the correct one. So comma in here and query. All right. So the query for this one is a simple one as well. So it's select m from message m, where m.chat.id equals the chat ID that I will pass as a parameter, and I want to order it by created date. So m.created date. So this is just the order I want to have. Now I want to create another named query, and let's give it a name, and then message constants dot, and this one it will update, or like it will set all the messages to seen by chat. All right, so let's call it set messages to seen by chat. So like when the user, this means like when the user clicks on like see the list of chats, we need to set all the messages to seen. So let's create the constant, and here it will be messages.set chat, set messages to seen by chat. All right, so this will be an update query. So update message, and then set state equals to the new state that we will pass as a parameter, new state, where chat.id equals the chat ID that we will pass as a parameter. All right, so for the message, we need only these two named queries. Now let's move to the chat and also define some named queries for the chat. So the first thing, I will create chat constants as well. So chat constants, let's make, or like create a private constant, and then we will create the variables, or like the constants later on. So again, I need a named query. So I need the named query. Let's give it a name, and here chat constants. And the first one, it will be find chat by sender ID. All right, so this one is a little bit tricky, and I will explain why. So not tricky in the query, but we just need to understand what we are doing. So here I want to call it chat.find chat by sender ID. Let's go back, or like we can close these two, and let's go back to the chat. So here for the message, or like for the chat, I want to select distinct C from chat C. All right, so like this is the first part. So here the tricky part is in the where clause. So here I would like to check if the sender ID is equal the sender ID that I will pass as a parameter, or here c.recipient.id equals also my sender ID, because we said also like let me add an order. So let me order by created date desk. So because I want to always display the latest chat at first. So here we would like to get all the chats, to find all the chats by the sender ID. But we mentioned that the sender ID can be like, the sender ID will be the first one who initialized or like who created the chat. But from the other side, also like the sender ID can be the recipient ID. So that's why we have here where the sender ID equals sender ID, and the recipient ID is also recipient ID. That's why we are using an OR right here. All right, so let's move on and create the second named query. So again, we need a named query. Let's give it a name and chat constants dot. So this one, it will be, it will find a chat by sender ID and receiver ID. So like I would like to select or to find the chat that was created for both the user and the sender and the receiver. All right, so let's call it find chat by sender ID and receiver ID. All right, so let's keep it this way, and now let's initialize or like create the query. So but first let's create the constant. All right, so the query is also simple. It will be select distinct C from chat C, and here comes the tricky, or like comes the where clause. So the where clause, we will have two parts. So in here we have the whether the sender ID is equal the sender ID and the recipient is the recipient. So here we will pass two parameters because we need it by sender and recipient. So this is the first one. So c.sender.id .id equals my sender ID, and c.recipient.id equals my recipient ID. And here, or, so like, because we know that the sender chat is between two users, so like the sender can be the sender and the receiver and vice versa. So here comes the second part, and here all I need to do is to switch these two. All right, so like here it will be recipient ID, and here it will be sender ID, because the sender can be the recipient and he also can be the sender of the chat, or like the the one who initiated the chat. So now we have all the queries that we need in order to continue with the rest of our application. So like the next step is we will start by implementing, or like what we need to do is to synchronize the users, or like the application users with the users from Keycloak. So like let's see, or I will tell you the details when we start implementing this part. So now we can move on to the implementation of our user synchronizer. So now in order to synchronize the users between Keycloak and our internal system, all we need to do is to implement an interceptor that will intercept all the incoming requests, pick up the JWT token, check if we have the user already in the database. If yes, we just need to do nothing or even just update the user information. Otherwise, we will save the user. So let's first start by creating an interceptor. So here I will create a package called interceptor, and inside it I will create a class called user synchronizer. So user synchronizer filter. All right, so this will be a once per request filter. So I will extend a once per request filter. And then all I need to do is to implement the method, which is do internal filter. So all I need to do, like in order to for this filter to be picked up automatically and run automatically without any further declaration, all I need to do is to mark it as a component, and then Spring will be able to pick this component or this once per request filter and execute it for every incoming request. So again, I will use the required args constructor in order to inject my dependencies. So the first thing, I will mark these attributes as non-null. So not non-null from Lombok, but non-null from java.lang. And then in the same way, so let me copy it in here, and the same for the filter chain. So this method will throw a servlet exception and also an IO exception in case something happens in between. So what I need to do first, I need to check if my user is already connected. So like when I receive a request, I would like to check if I already have a token, because for some requests we will have some public APIs or like some public APIs that do not require authentication. So I need to check if I have my user or not. So here I will check if my security context holder dot get context holder dot get authentication is instance of anonymous authentication token. So the negation of that will ensure that I have my user, or like I have my authentication token. So now I need to extract the token. So here I will declare a JWT authentication token. So this one right here, and I will call it token. And then I can cast the security context holder dot get authentication, and this will return my JWT authentication token that will contain all the information, or like the token information that I need in order to synchronize my user. So for that, I will create another class and I will call it user synchronizer. So here I will inject my user synchronizer. So I will use a private final user synchronizer, but for this one it will not be the filter but another class that I will just create, and I will call it user synchronizer. We don't have the class yet, we will create it under the package user, so not the interceptor but in the user package. So this is my synchronizer class. All right, so then all I need to do is to call a method that I will call it synchronize with IDP. So here user synchronizer dot synchronize with IDP. I want to synchronize my user with the identity provider, and here all I need to do is to do token dot get token, and as you can see here the token is of type JWT. All right, so now let's first create this method. And I have my token in here. So I need to mark my user synchronizer as a service because this is a service, and also I want it to be a Spring Bean. And here I want my required args constructor and as well as the SLF4J just to log my information. So to do that, I will need two things. The first, I need my user repository in order to communicate with the database. So I will create a private final user repository. We don't have it yet. And also I will create a private final user mapper. So this will be the mapper class for my user. So let's go ahead first and create this one. So I create an interface of type user inside the user package. And this will extend a JPA repository, but I know the user is like the ID of the user is of type string. All right. So I have now my user repository, as well as I will create my user mapper inside the user package. And this also I will mark it as a service. So now for the user synchronizer, or like for the synchronize with IDP method. So first here I will do a log.info. So synchronizing user with IDP. I honestly like the auto completion of IntelliJ. So like this is, to be honest, this was exactly the log I wanted to write. All right, so here I will create a simple method that will try to extract the user email from the token, just to make sure that the token contains already an attribute called email, because I need the email to synchronize, because like this should be the primary and the unique information about the user, other than the ID, which is like a technical ID provided by Keycloak. All right, so here I will create a private optional. So it will be of type string. So let me import the optional from Java utils. So import class, and here I will call it get user email from using, and here I need to pass my GWT, and let's call it token. So in all cases, I will just return an optional dot empty. And now first, like, I will have a map of string object claims, or let's call it attributes, just to it makes more sense. So attributes, and it will be like we will get the token.get claims. So like the claims is a map of string and object. All right. So then all I need to do is to check if my attributes contains a key called email. So then all I need to do is to return an optional dot of attributes.get email dot toString, since the value is of type object. So that's why I need the toString method in here. So now we can go back to this synchronize with IDP method. So here I will get user by email, and then I will pass the token, and then if present. So if I have an email, all right. So like if the user email is already present inside the token, I would like to do the following. So first let's log. So here synchronizing user with email, or like synchronizing user having email, and then I will pass the email. So here and user email. So then I will have an optional of type user, and I will call it opt user, or like optional user. And then I will do user repository dot find by email this time. All right. It's not just find by ID, but find by email. So let's create the method. It will be an optional of user. And then all I need to do is to pass my email. So for that, let's do the following. We already, if you remember, we already defined a named query in here, find user by email. All right. And we pass in here an attribute or a value of type, or a parameter, sorry, of type named email. So now all I need to do is to have a query method, and all I need to do is to give it a name. So here I will use my user constants dot find user by email, and this will automatically execute that named query. So here I need to pass a parameter, since this value right here is not the same as in here. So here we have, like, we call it email. So here, if we want to keep it user email, we need to also to pass a parameter, and we call it email, or we just need to call and rename this attribute to email, and then we can get rid of this at param annotation. All right, so let's go back in here. We have now our find by email method. So here I will have, I need to map my user. So here I will have a user equals user mapper dot from token attributes. So I will call the method from token attributes. And then all I need to do is to pass the token dot get claims. We don't have this method yet, so let's go ahead and implement it. So here it will return a user, and all I need to do is to pass my claims, or let's call it attributes to be synchronized, or like to be like for everything to be exactly the same. So I will create a user. I will just instantiate a user, and then I will just return that same user. So the first thing I need to do, I want to check if my attributes contains the different attributes that are coming from Keycloak inside the token, and every time I will pick one of them and set it to the right attribute of my user entity. All right. So the first thing I want to check if my attributes, So if my attributes.contains key, and the first key I want to check is the sub or the subject. All right, so like inside the attributes or like inside the claims, we will have an attribute called subject. So this will represent the user ID or like the identifier or the unique identifier of the user. So here, all I need to do is to do set user.setID and then attributes.getSubject.toString. So this is the first one, and we will continue in the same way to check the rest. So here, the next one, it's not name, but it's a given name, given underscore name, and all I need to do is to change this one to a given name. So this will be the first name, but the first name, sometimes we have something else when we use, for example, an external identity provider. For example, if we activate Gmail login, GitHub, and so on and so forth, this might be different. So, but it's not family name, but it will be a nickname. All right. So here it will be a nickname as a full word. So also here nickname, but this will also stay for the first name. All right. So like the first name, it might be whether the given name or the nickname. So that's why I have an if else in here. So next, if I have a family name, it's really amazing how IntelliJ is able to know all this. So the family name is the last name. So all I need to do is to check if I have the family name. And finally, if contains key email. So it's not a photo, it's just an email. So all I need to do is to set my email right here. So if I have this one, I need to set it. So here you might ask the question why I did not check if the email, or like, what if I don't have email? So this is already covered in here because this is what we do at the beginning. So we check if we have an email. If yes, so this will be always true. So like we will be able to get the email. And the last thing I want to do user.setLastSeen. All right, so like every time the user sends a request, I would like to update the last seen just to make sure that the user is always like the information, if the user is online or not, is always relevant and correct. So I will set this one to local datetime dot now. All right, and then finally, all I need to do is to return my user. So let's go back to our user synchronizer method. So here we map the user, and now I want to check if my opt user dot if present. So if my opt or like if my optional user is present, I want to set the ID. All right. So this means what? This means, for example, like we have the first time. All right. So the first time we have our, we receive the user. So we do the mapping. So like we try to find by email. So it will be empty because we do not have the user. So we will map the user in here. All right. And then what we will do is we want to check if the user already exists in the database. So I just want to make sure that I update the user with the right ID that I already saved before. All right. So like in this case, we can avoid all kind of duplications and so on and so forth. So like here we already have the subject, or like we are already setting the ID. All right. But we can also double check. And also, if you want to, this one you can remove these 2 lines of code. If you see that this is a duplication, we can just remove these 2 lines of code. And finally, all I need to do is to call my user repository.saveuser just to update my user within my database, or like within my internal application, or like my internal application database. So now we have our user synchronizer working, and it will be working, and it will synchronize the users between my IDP, or like my identity provider, and our internal database. So now we are done with the interceptor. Now we can move on and start implementing the different functionalities of our WhatsApp clone application. Now let's move on and implement our chat domain. So first I will start by creating an interface. It will be our chat repository, and this one, it will extend JPA repository for chat, and here it will be a string just to make sure our ID is of type string in here. And then I will create another class which will be our chat service. So for the chat service, I will create mainly two methods. So first I will add the annotations, service, and required args constructor. So the first method that we will need is to find all the chats by receiver ID, and another one to create the chat for a user. So here, let's continue this one. So I will inject my chat repository, and also let's see what we need later on. So the first thing, I will have a public list of chat. So here it will be of type chat response. So I will create a dedicated chat. So here, get chats by receiver ID. So by receiver ID, and for that, I will just require an authentication object. So the authentication is from spring.framework.security.core, and I will call it current user. All right. So also I will make this method transactional from Jakarta, and then I will make it, sorry, not from Jakarta, but the other way around, from Spring. And then I will make it as a read-only true, because we only need it to get the data. So like the transaction, it's only a read-only type. All right, so now I will create my class chat response and my chat package, and the chat response will contain few information. First, I will start by adding some getter and setter and all args constructor, no args constructor, and a builder annotation. So for the fields, I will need a private string ID. Also, I will need a private string name. So this will be the chat name. And also I want to have a private long unread count. So like how many unread messages. Oh my God. So like IntelliJ is reading my mind. All right. So here I will have also a private string last message. And then I will have a private local date time and last message time. Okay, so like the auto completion is really crazy. All right, so again, I will have a private Boolean and is recipient online. So here I just want to check if my recipient is online or not. And then I will have my sender and my receiver ID. Oh my God, so here it will be receiver ID. Okay, like the auto completion is really nuts. So yeah, all right. So here we have our chat response. Okay, so let's go back to our chat service and start implementing this method. So first of all, I will have a final string user ID, which will be the current user.get name. So the get name here, it will return the subject or the ID of the user of the current user that we will get from Keycloak token. Then all I need to do is to return my chat repository dot. I will create a method. I will call it find chats by sender ID. So we don't have this method yet. So I will pass my user ID. So then I will go ahead and create this method. So here it's not of type chat response, but it's only chat. And now all I need to do is to add the query annotation, and I need to use the named query that we created before. So here it will be chat constants dot find chat by sender ID, and that's it. And here, since in our chat, so let's go back in here. So the parameter, we called it sender ID. So I will add in here in my repository, I will add the @param annotation, and I will call it sender ID to be compliant with the name that we provided in here. Let's go back to our service right now and continue the implementation of our method. So then I will stream over the response, and then I will do a mapping. So for the mapping, I will create a private final user, not user repository, but it will be a chat mapper, and I will call it mapper. We don't have the chat mapper yet. I will create the class and annotate it with a service, and I will leave it like so, and then I will tell you what is the method that I need. So then what I want to map. So here I will have an object of type chat. I will call it T, and then I will call my mapper dot to chat response. So I will call my method to chat response, and I will pass my chat and also the user ID. And then of course I will call to list method to collect this data, or like to collect the result as a list. So let's go ahead and create this method. And this one, it will return a chat response, and it will take these parameters. So now let's go ahead and implement this one. So simply here, I will just return a chat response.builder.build. And now I will start building my information. So first I will pass the ID. So it will be C, or like maybe let me rename this one to chat to make it more clear. And then I will have name. It will be my chat.getChatName. And here I need to pass the user ID. So maybe also this one, I will call it, or like rename it to sender ID to be compliant again. And then unread count, and it will be chat.getUnread count. And I need also the sender ID. So that's why I passed the sender ID as a parameter to this mapping method. And then I have the last message. So it will be chat.getLastMessage. Also, we have is recipient online. So for the recipient, it will be chat.getRecipient.isUser online. So this is the method that we created before to check whether the user is online or not. And then we have, of course, our sender ID, which is chat.getSenderID. So here chat.getSender.getID. And again for the recipient. So recipient chat.getRecipient instead of sender. So recipient.getID. Sorry, here we just called it receiver. So this is the mapping method. So this will map our response, or like our chat object, to a chat response with the following information that we included in our chat response object. So this is the first method. Then we need another method, which is like the method that will create a chat. So when a user selects a user from his contact list, and then he will be able to start a chat between the sender and the receiver. So it will be a public string, and then I will call it create chat. And for that one, in order to create a chat, I just need two information. I need a string sender ID and a string receiver ID, and that's it. Because a chat is between two users, and in order to create that, I need only the IDs of the users. So here, the first thing I would like to do is to check if we have a chat between the sender and the receiver. All right, so like this is the method that, or like the query that we created in here. So here, all I need to do is to check if there is already a chat between these two users, because we as I explained before, so if the user one initiated or like starts the chat with user two, in the same way, the user 2, if he wants to start a chat with user 1, the chat already exists because it was already created by the user 1. So here I will create an optional of type chat, and I will call it existing chat equals chat repository dot find chat by sender. So it will be find chat by receiver and sender. All right, so we don't have this method yet, so I will pass the sender ID and the receiver ID. So let's move on and create this method. So this will return a chat, and in here I will add my query. So this one, it will be find by sender ID and receiver ID, and of course I need to set, so in here I don't need to set the sender and the receiver. All I need to do is to rename this one to recipient as we did in here. So here we just called it recipient ID. So let's go back in here, and now I will add maybe a param just to make everything fine. So I will call this one sender ID, and in here I will call this one recipient ID, and that's it. So now let's go back here. All I need to do is to check. So here, if my chat is present, all I need to do is to return existing chat.get.getID. So if I have a chat already created between the sender and receiver, all I need to do is to return the ID for that. Otherwise, so here I need a user. So here I will call this one sender. So let me import the user and I will call it sender. And for that, I would like, or I need to inject my user repository. So here I will just inject my user repository. And here I will call it user repository dot, it's not find by ID, but find by public ID. I will create a method for that. So public ID, as I explained before, we mean by that the public ID, or like the ID of the user. All right. So here I will call it, or like I will pass sender ID, since we don't have this method, and I want this one to be an optional user ID. And here all I need to do is to call. So this one I will just rename it to public ID. And now all I need to do is to inject my query, or like to pass my query, my named query name. So here it will be user constants dot find user by public ID. All right, so let's go back in here, and then I just need to check. So here, or else throw. So I would like to throw an exception if the user is not found. So I will say just new entity not found exception, and here I will just pass a message user with ID, or like user not found exception or something like that. So maybe let's say user with ID, and let's say here our sender ID, just to make our message more clear. And I will copy this one, and here it will be the receiver or recipient, and here recipient or receiver ID, and as well as in here. So now if everything is fine, if I have the sender and the receiver in my database, all I need to do is to proceed to create a chat. So here I will create a chat equals new chat, and then all I need to do to set the sender and set the recipient for the chat. And then all I need to do is just to do a chat, maybe it's saved chat. And all I need to do is to return the saved chat dot get ID. So this is what we need for this chat service. So now the next step, we will go ahead and create a chat controller, and we will expose different endpoints, or like these two endpoints, or like these two methods as endpoints. So here I will create a new Java class, and I will call it chat controller. Let me make it full screen. And in here it will be REST controller and request mapping. It will be /API/v1/chats. And then of course I will need my required Args constructor, and that's it. So now I will just inject my chat service, and then I will have the first method. It will be a post mapping, and then I will return a public response entity, but this one, it will not be of type chat, but it will be a string. But I will come back to this in a few seconds because I want to create a wrapper for that. And here all I need to do, I do not need a request body because I just need two parameters. All right, so here I need a request param. And the first one, let's give it a name, sender-id. And this one, it will be a string sender ID. Let me duplicate this one. And here, let's call it receiver ID, and as well as in here, receiver ID. So finally, all I need to do is to have a final string in here, and I will call it chat ID equals chat service dot create sender ID and receiver ID. So coming back to this one, so here when we just expose a string, the string is like when we work on the front end side. So like this is something that I experienced it before. So when we work with the front end and the response is just a string, we are not, or like I was not able to read the response. Maybe if you have a hack, or like if you have a better way of, if I'm missing something, just let me know in the comments. I would like to see if there are some other things. So here I will just create a class, and I will call it string response. And in this string response, I will just create a class in the comment package. So here, this string response, it will contain just one attribute. So here I will just paste my annotations, so which is like strings, getter, setter, all args constructor, no args constructor, and the builder. And here I will have a private string response. All right, so like this is all I need in here. And then all I need to do is to create a string response. String response equals new string response of chat ID, or we can use the builder method in this way. So .builder.build, and in here all I need to do is to set the response as my chat ID, and finally return response entity.ok, and we pass the string response in here as a parameter. So, or maybe we can just rename it to a response. So let's call it response for a short name, and that's it. So this is our first method. The second one, it's an easy one as well as, so it will be a get mapping and then a public response entity. So it will be a list of chat response, not chat. So chat response, and I will call the method get chats by receiver. All right, so here, as I mentioned before, all I need to do is to inject the authentication, and finally just return a response entity. So it's a response entity.ok, and then I need to call my chat service dot get chats by receiver, and then I pass my authentication. So now our chat service is ready. So like we are done with the implementation of the chat domain, like the full chat domain, and this is the final structure. So we have the entity, the constants, the controller, mapper, repository, chat response, and chat service. So next step, we will move to the implementation of the message domain. So first we will start by creating the necessary classes. So I will start with the message repository. So I'll create an interface and I will call it message repository. And of course we will extend our JPA repository. So let me make it full screen, and here our message is of type long, so we can keep it long in here. So this is the first class. The second one, I will create a message service. So message service, and I will give it the service annotation and the required args constructor. So here I can inject my message repository, and for the message service we will start by creating few methods. So for that we will need first of all a message that will save a message for us. So it will be a public void, and I will call it save message, and for that I will need a message request object, and I will call it message request. So we don't have yet this message request, so I will just create a class message request inside my message repository. My message package, not the message repository. So this one, first of all, let me go back here and I will add few annotations. So getter and setter, we need the all args constructor and no args constructor, and also the builder annotation. So for that we will need few attributes. So first of all, I will have a private string content. So this will be the message itself. I will need also a private string sender ID. So I will call it sender ID, and a private string receiver ID. And here I will ask also for the message type. So a message type, let me call it simply a type here. And finally, we will need the chat ID. So private string chat ID. And that's it. This is what I need to create or to save a new message. Now going back to our message service. So the first thing, I need to make sure that I have my chat. So I will create a chat in here, chat equals. So let me import the chat. And here I will need my private final chat repository in order to fetch or check if the chat exists or not. So chat, it will be chat repository dot find by ID and message request dot get chat ID, and then or else if it's not found, I will just throw a runtime exception or entity not found exception. So entity not found exception with chat not found. So once I have my chat object, I will just create a message object equals new message, and here I will just start by setting all the necessary attributes. So first I will start with chat.set content, and it will be message request.get content. I will set the chat. I will set the message dot set sender ID. It will be my sender ID. Also, I will need to set my receiver ID. So set receiver ID, and then message dot set type. It will be message dot get type, like the message request. And finally, I will set the state. So set state, and for the state, it will be by default sent. When we send the message, it will be sent. And when the user, the receiver, when he sees or when he opens the messages, I will later on update the state of the message to be seen. All right. So then all I need to do is to call my message repository dot save. So here I will add a to do, something that we will implement later, which is the notification. So here we need to send a real-time notification to the receiver of our message. So this is the first message. Then we will come back to the implementation of the notification system. Then I will need another method which will return a public list. So let me import it, and it will be a message response. So here message response, and find, I will call it find chat messages. And for that I will need a string chat ID. So first of all, I will create my message response class. And here I can also copy these annotations. And now let's define our message response object. So first we will have a private long ID. So this is the message ID in case we want to implement a update, or like modifying the message or deleting it and so on and so forth. Also, I need a private string content. I will need also my private message type, and I will call it type, and then I need also the state. So message state, I will call it state, and private string sender ID. I need also the receiver ID, private string receiver ID, and I will also have a private string, no, not the string, but a local date time. And this will be the created at like when the message was created. And finally, I will have a byte, or like an array of bytes, an array of bytes, and this will be the media file itself. All right, so this is my message response object. Now I can go back to my message service, and I can start implementing this find chat messages method. So here all I need to do is to return my message repository dot find messages by chat ID. So, and then I need to pass my chat ID. We don't have this message yet, but we will we don't have this find messages by chat ID yet, but we will implement it in a few seconds. So here I need to stream over this one, and then I will do a mapping. So here I will call my mapper dot to message response. So we don't have the mapper yet, and we also don't have the method. So we will create everything in few seconds. And finally, I need to call to list. So first I will inject a private final message mapper. So we don't have the class, but we will create it. So here I will just create a class, and I will annotate it with the service annotation. So this is our mapper, and here we need our two message response, and let's go ahead and create the method. All right, so it doesn't work, but first let's create the method in our repository. So it will be a list of messages, and then find message by chat ID. So here I will use also the query annotation, and here the name, it will be message constants dot find messages by chat ID, and that's it. So now let's go back to the service, and now we need to create the method to chat response. So this will return a message response object. So I will just rename this one to fix the typo. So it will be response. And here to message response, it's simply will map or transform a chat message or like an object message to a message response. So here I simply return a message response.builder.build, and here I will just start setting the information. So the ID is the message.id, and the content is the message.content. The sender ID is the message.sender ID, and receiver ID is the message.receiver ID. And then the type, it will be message.type, and the state message.state. So like this is a simple mapping. Also created at, it will be the message.created date. And finally here I will add a to do. So here like get the media file or like read the media file. We will implement this one when we come, or like when we implement the upload media functionality. All right, so this is the second message or the second method. So the next one is a method that will set all the messages chats to seen. All right, so for that I will create a public void. So it will be just a void set messages to seen. So let me just rename it to seen, and here all I need to do, or like the parameters that I need, is string chat ID, and also I will just require the authentication, and I will call it authentication. So the first thing I need to check is I have my chat message. So chat repository dot find by ID. So here find by ID, and then I pass my chat ID, or else throw new entity not found exception. So then I will have a final string, and I will call it recipient ID. So for the recipient ID, I just need to get the recipient from that chat and the authentication. So this is what we did already before. So for that I will implement the method, and I will call it get recipient ID. And for that I will pass my chat object and my authentication. So let's go ahead and implement this method. So it will be a private string, and it will return simply the recipient ID. And for this one, so first here for this return, like by default, I will return chat.getSender.getID. But before I need to do a check. So here, if my chat.getSender.getSender.getID equals the authentication.getName. All right, so if this is the same object, so for that I know that the sender is the recipient, because we mentioned before that for a chat, a sender can be a recipient or a sender at the same time. All right, so here all I need to do is to return my chat.getRecipient.getID. So here it should be getSender.getID, not the sender, but we need to check the ID. So here we have our recipient. So then all I need to do is to call my message repository, and then dot set messages to seen by chat ID. And then I need to pass my chat ID, and also I need to pass the message state dot seen, and this will update my method. So now I just need to create this method in here. So it will be a void, and for that I will need my query. So here it will be set messages to seen by chat, and here, so this will be a string, not the chat itself, but just a string chat ID. So here let me rename it, and here I have, for example, let's call this one state for a shorter name. And for that all I need to do is to set a param. And the first one, we know that we called it chat ID, and for this one, so it will be also a param, and here we called it the new state. All right, so like this is my method, and of course, since this method will update, so here like set message, it will update something, so we need to add the modifying annotation. So let's go back to the chat service, and here I need my chat ID, not the chat, and that's it. So then I will add a to do send or like notification. So there is one thing or like something which is really important when you have a method here, so like in the repository, that is a modifying method. You need to set this method to a transactional. all right? You need to set this method to a transactional method. So this way, it will be able to update this one, all right? So here for this recipient ID, for now we don't need it. I guess we will need it when we want to send a notification in order to determine the recipient ID and send a notification to that recipient. So we will keep it for now. So the next method that we want to implement is the method that will upload a media message. All right. So here I will add a public void upload media message, and for that I will need string chat ID. I will need also a multi-part file. Let's call it file, and of course I need my authentication object. So the first thing, again, I need to check if I have the chat or not. So I will check if I have my chat already in the database, and then I will have a final string sender ID, and this one it will I will create another method like get the recipient. I will create a method. I will call it get sender ID from the chat and from the authentication itself. All right, so then I will have another final string recipient ID and then get recipient ID. So here let's first implement this method. So this method in the same way we did in here. So here simply if my chat dot get sender dot get ID equals my authentication dot get name. So if it's the same, I just need to return the sender dot get ID. Otherwise, I simply want to return the chat dot get recipient dot get ID. So this will determine the sender and the recipient from the chat and the authentication. So who is the user which is authenticated. So the authenticated user should be the sender. All right. So like it's simply like that. The authenticated user should be the sender, comparing to the chat sender ID and recipient ID. All right, so now let's go back and finish the implementation of this method. So here I will have a final string file path. So this will be the file path equal. Here I will need a file service. I need to create a new service, and I will call it save. This service will have a method called save file. And saving this file, it will take a parameter, the file itself and the sender ID. So that's why I need my sender ID, because for each user, I will create a folder for him. And inside that folder, I will just put all the media files that will be sent by that sender ID user. All right, so assuming that we have this, but first let's go ahead and create a private final file service. And let's call it file service. We don't have this class yet, so let's create it. And I will create it in a package, and I will call it file. Here, let's go back and implement or create this save file method. It will take a multi-part file and the sender ID. For now, let's leave it as it is, and we will implement it in few moments. So let's go back and finish implementing our message, our upload media message. So here, after saving the file and getting the file path, all right. So all I need to do is to create a message object. So here I can also copy this part right here, and then let's paste it in here. So for the content, we don't need it because we don't have a content when we upload a media file. All right. So the chat remains the same. So here we have our sender ID, and here we have our recipient, and the message type, it will be image by default. So here I will just set message type dot image, and of course we will have sent, and finally we will have a message dot set media path. I think we called it file path, something like that. Wait, do we have such an attribute? No, I think we did not add an attribute for the message. So let's go ahead and add it. So here after the receiver ID, I will simply create a private string media file path. So this will be the path for my media file. Let's go back in here to our message service, and here it will be file path simply. All right. So once everything is set, all I need to do is to call my message service, and then I will have also a to do in here, notification. So when we implement the notification system, we will just come back and update or like finish implementing all these to-dos. All right, so this is all the methods that we need in our message service. So we just to recap. So what do we need in here? So maybe for this file service, let's give it the service annotation. So it just Spring recognizes it as a bean. So to recap what we did. So first we implemented a save method. So this save method, first it will check if we have the chat already. If yes, we just create a chat or a message object, and we set all the attributes like the content, chat, sender, receiver, type, and the state, which will be by default sent when the user sends a message. All right. And then we have, or like we need another method, which is find chat messages, or like find chat messages by chat ID. So here I just implemented a new method that uses the named query that we defined earlier. And then we just stream over it, we map it to a message response, and then just return the list. Then we have a set message to scene. So set messages to scene. So the chat, I think the chat object, we will need it later on when we want to send the notification in here. So for now, let's keep it. And here, simply just updating the messages. And as I mentioned before, when you have a modifying query or a modifying method, you need to set the method as, or like you need to mark it as transactional. And finally, the final method is upload media file. All right, so this will upload a media message, and it will take a chat ID, a multi-part file, and of course the authentication. And then all we need to do, we need to check if the chat already exists, because we have a relation between the chat and the message, and we need to determine the sender and the recipient ID based on the chat and the authentication, because from the chat and the authenticated user, we can determine who is the sender, or like the real sender of the message, not the sender that created the message, that created or like initiated the chat in the at the first time. All right, and the same for the recipient. Then we need to implement, so like this is the next step, we will implement the save file method, which is a method that will upload a media file to a specific location that we defined already earlier in here, I guess. So let me just remind myself. Yes, so like we will upload it to this location. All right, so and then we just create a message object and finally call the message repository and then .save. And here of course we have all the to do, like to implement the notification, because we need to come back to that one later on when we implement the notification system. So here it will be just simple method calls just to send the notification. All right, so now this is our message service. So the next step is to implement the controller for that, and then we should be fine with the message domain, and then we will just rectify it or like finish the implementation when we implement the notification system. All right, so now let's go ahead and create our message controller. So here it will be a message controller. So here simply I will need a REST controller and then a request mapping. And for the request mapping, I will give it slash, as always, slash API slash v1 slash messages. And then of course we will add OpenApi later on. And here we need the required Args constructor. And simply I need to inject my message service and just create the different endpoints. So the first one, it will be a post mapping, and then I will have, or like I will set a response status. So a response status, it will be http status dot created. All right, so then I will just create a public void save message, and this one, it will take a request body, and this one, it will be my message request. And then simply all I need to do is to call my service.save message, and that's it. So then I would like to group my methods by the same thing. So here I will just add a post mapping, and then I will give it a value, and this one, it will be upload media. So this is the one to upload the media. All right. So then consumes. So this is important when you want to upload a media file, and it should be or it should consume a multi-part / form data. Form dash data. So this should be the consumes value. All right. So then I can also add a response status, which is http.created as well. And here I will just call it upload media. So now let me separate the things. So first I will need a request param, and this one will be my chat ID, and then it will be a string chat ID. I need also the file. So this annotation here to do add parameter annotation. So just I just don't want to forget it. Add parameter from Swagger. I will explain this one later on. And after the file, of course, I need my authentication. So authentication from Spring Security, and here simply calling my message service dot upload media, chat ID, file, and authentication. So this is the second method. So the next one will be a patch mapping. So it will be a patch mapping, and here I will add also a response status, and here this one it will be accepted, like when we update something, and here it will be a public void set messages to scene. So this is what I want to do, and here I need my request param, and then I need my chat ID, of course, like we need to pass the chat ID, and then a string chat ID, and here I just need the authentication. So then simply calling my message service dot set messages to scene, and I pass the chat ID and the authentication as parameters. And finally, or the final method, it will be a get mapping. And here it will be of type, it will be like /chat, since we want to get the chat messages. So here for the naming, so like it will be messages /chat, and then I will pass a chat ID as a path variable. So here chat -id as a path variable. So here it will be a response entity. So a response entity of list of message response. All right, so here get messages, and here a path variable. Let me give it a name. So maybe I can bring this to a new line. So here it will be chat ID. So once everything is done, all I need to do is return response entity.ok, and then I call my message service dot find chat messages with the chat ID that I have as a path variable or as a parameter in here. So now we are done with the implementation of our controller. So all the methods that we implemented in the service are now exposed via this REST endpoint. All right, so now we can move on to the next part. So now we are 100% done with the message domain, and we can move on to the next part, which is implementing the file upload part. All right, so now let's move to the file service and implement the upload method. So here I will just add my SLF4j just for logging, or like to add some logs, and of course I will need my required args constructor. So the first thing, I need to inject my property, or like the property that we created in the application.yaml, which is this one. So I will just copy the path, and here all I need to do is to have a private string, let's call it file. So file upload path. So here it will be upload path, and here I will need the value annotation from Spring. And then all I need to do is to pass this one. All right, so it should be inside brackets and with $1 in here. All right, so this is our file path. So now if I just command click and try to navigate to it, it should take me to the property. All right, so okay, I think this one should be changed, and let's open again the application.yaml and change this one, and now this should work. All right, so now we have the property correctly injected, and now let's just go ahead and implement this one. So I will just add two annotations in here. So I will add a non-null annotation, the one from Spring, just to make sure that this file, or like these two attributes, they will not be null. All right, so here first of all I will create a final string file upload sub path. So file upload sub path. So here I will just create a sub path based on my file upload path / my sender ID, and for that I will just use the system dot separator just to get the separator, and this one, it will be file dot separator. So this will determine, or like this will try to automatically determine the separator from your operating system. So I can also add a static import to that one. So here, so the subpath, it will be, of course, not this one, but it will be users and then / and then sender ID. So this will be the subpath, or like the new path that I want to use. And then finally, I will just return upload file. And for that, I will just pass my my source file or my file. So this one, maybe let's call it source file. And here this will be the source file and the sub, or like the file upload subpath. All right, so I don't have this method, so let's go ahead and create it. So now also I can break this down and add the non-null annotation as well. So now let's start implementing this one. So the first thing, I will start by creating a final string, and let's call it final upload path. So this will be the file upload path. So my file upload path. So this one, let me fix this, plus the separator, plus, okay, not this, but the file upload subpath. All right, so like finally, this is what this means. So it will mean that it will be under /uploads / separator in here /users / the sender or the user ID. All right, so this is how it is gonna be. So here, instead of sender ID, I will just rename it to user ID, and then let's go back in here. So the first thing, I will have a file object, and I will call it file, or like target folder. So this will be my target folder equals a new file with the final file upload path, or like the final upload path. So here I would just want to do a check. So if not target folder does not exist, so if I do not have this file or like this folder, I will try to create it. So here I will have a boolean folder created. So it would be target folder dot make dirs, or like mkdir. So like mk means make directory, or like create a directory. So here, if folder, or like if not folder created, I will just log dot warn, and in here I will just say, for example, fail to create the target folder, and in here I can maybe use my target folder, whether absolute path or just the target folder, and here just return null. So this is the first part. If my folder exists or created, so this means everything is fine, I will have a final string. I will just use a file extension. So I need the file extension equals, I will create a method that will determine my file extension. So get file extension. So we don't have this method yet, and for that we need to pass the source file dot get original file name, because this is what we need. So let me rename this one, and let's create this method. So this get file extension, simply it will try to determine the extension of the file. So here, if the file name, let me make this one file name. So if file name is null, or is empty, or like the file name is empty, just return an empty string. All right, so like the auto completion, sometimes it's fine, but sometimes it's also annoying. So here I will just try to get the last dot index. So the last dot index, I want to get the last dot of the string or of the file name, because I know after the dot I have the file extension. So here, if the last dot is -1, so like if I do not have a last dot, or like if I do not have a dot at all, so this means that I cannot get the file extension, so it will be an empty one. Otherwise, all I need to do is to return file name dot substring, the last dot +1, and then I can say to lowercase, just to, for example, in case it's an uppercase or like a mixed cases, I just want to return it always as a lowercase. So now after getting the file extension, I will have a string target file. So target file path. So this will be my all right, so this will be my final upload path plus the separator plus here. Okay, so all right, I will use system.current milliseconds plus file extension. So this will be the last one. I can also import statically this method. So the target file upload, because when I upload the file to my file system, I really don't care about the name of that file itself. All right, so like all I need is just to save it somewhere. Okay, so I can change the file, I can change the name and keep the file name and so on and so forth. So now let's define a path, target path, and it will be paths.get this target path. And finally, let's try to save. So to save a file, it will be files.write. So it will be files.write, and we need to pass the target file and the source file.get bytes. All right, so then I need to catch my IO exception, so let's call it E, and then because like this will return or like might throw an IO exception, so as you can see in here, so that's why I need to catch this. And here I just need to log dot error, and then for example file was not saved, and here let's say file was not saved, and then I can pass also the exception to get all the information, like all the details about the information. So here once the file is saved, so we can just log.info file saved to, and then target path, and finally I just need to return the final or like the target file path. So this is the upload file method. So also with this one, I will need another method. So I will create a utils class that will try to read a file from a given location. Okay, so we want to read a file from a given location, and for that we'll update the message mapper in here, and to finish implementing this line right here. So in the file, I will create a new class and I will call it file utils. So file utils, let me make it full screen. So this one I will just add an SLF for J, just for logging, and then I will create a private constructor, because this is a utility file, so I don't need to instantiate it, or like it should not be instantiated. So here I will have a public static byte, so it will be read file from location. So I'm gonna call it read file from location. And here, let's call this one a file URL or a file path, like both of them are the same, or like it's totally fine. So here I will use my string utils dot is blank. If it's blank of the file URL, I will simply return a new byte of 0, like an empty one, instead of returning a null. So then I will try to read the file from the path. So it will be path and then file path equals paths.get file URL, or simply we can use something like this. So this will be a new file for the file URL dot to path. All right, so then simply return my files. So we have files dot read all bytes, and then we just need to pass the file or the path itself. All right, so then of course we need to add the catch part, and this one, it will be an IO exception. So like an IO exception will be thrown in here. So log.warn, And here, let's say maybe no file found in the path, and then the file URL. And by default, if none of that is true, by default, we just return a new byte. So like if something happens in here, I just return a new, or like an empty byte. All right, so now we are done with the file utils. So here, all I need to do, I will just add my media in here, and I will say media.fileutils.readFile from location. And this one, it will be message.getMedia file path. All right, so this will read also the media file. But if the message is of type, or like the content is text, and so the media file, it will just here as what we implemented, it will simply return an empty array. All right, so this is what we need to implement about this one. So now let's move on to the next part. Now let's implement the user domain. So first of all, we will start by creating a user service, and let's annotate it with a service annotation and the required args constructor. So for that, we will need our user repository, and we will need our user mapper. So what we will do in here, so first we will have a method that will return the list of the users except self. So the list of the users will represent the contact list of a given user. So here in the application, we will just say, okay, any user can chat with all the users we have among the application. So we did not implement a contact list, but this is something that we can extend later on. So I will just return a public list of user response. So here I will create a user response object. So, and I will call the method get all users except self. All right, so here except self, of course, I need my authentication object in order to determine all the users except the user himself. All right, so here simply I will just, before returning, let's create our user response class. So the user response, it will be simply user. So here I can paste my annotations, getter, setter, all args constructor, and the builder annotation. So here I will have a private string ID, a private string, let's call it first name, and I will have a last name, email, and then I will have my private local date time. So local date time, and it will be the last seen. So the last seen just to determine if the user is logged in or not, and a private boolean is online. So boolean is online. All right, so this is my user response. Now let's go back in here, and simply I will return my user repository dot find all users except self. So find all users except self. So we don't have this method yet, we will implement it. And here we need our connected user, or the authentication. Maybe let's call this one connected user. And it will be connected user dot get name, since this will be the ID. And then I will just stream over it, and then call my map method, and I will call my user mapper. So user mapper dot to user response. We will implement this method later on. And finally to list. First, let's create this method, and this will return a list of users. And then it will be the sender ID or the name. So here let's just name it sender ID, and let's add the param annotation, and this will be the public ID. Because in here I will just remind you about this one. So here user constants, but find all users except self. And in here in our user, for this find users except self, we just named this parameter as public ID. That's why in here I called it public ID. So now if we go back here, let's go to user response, and let's create a user response from that user. All right, so here I will simply return a user response builder.build, and here I will have my ID, I will have my first name, last name, and email, and also the last scene, and is the user online, which is user.isOnline. And that's it. So now we have our method. All I need to do next is to create the controller for the user. So I will create a user controller class. So let me make this one full screen. So user controller, of course, we will have our REST controller annotation. Let me close this pop-up. And here I will have my request mapping. So it will be /API/v1/users. And of course, my required args constructor. And then I will need my user service, and simply I will have a get mapping. And then it will be a public response entity of list of user response. And here let's import the list class. So here I will just call it get all users. And here I will pass my authentication. So from Spring Core, and simply return response entity.ok, and then user service dot get all users except self. All right, so now we are done with the implementation of the user domain. The next step is we will implement the notification system. So we will set up the WebSocket, and of course we will implement all the notification mechanism that we need for that. All right, so now to implement the notification and the WebSocket, first of all, I need to add one dependency. So here after WebSocket, I will add a dependency. So the artifact ID will be Spring Security Messaging from Spring Framework.security. So let's click on this to reload and add this dependency to our class path. Then we can start implementing our WebSocket. So here I will create a new class under WebSocket package. I will call it WS, and I will call it WebSocket config. So this will be the configuration for my WebSocket. So let's rename this one WebSocket. All right, so first this will be a configuration class, and I want to enable WebSocket message broker. All right, I will give it also an order, and this will be ordered with a highest precedence plus 99, just to give it a higher value. And of course I will need my required args constructor just in case I need to inject any dependency. So here we need to implement a WebSocket. So we need to implement an interface called WebSocket message broker configurer. And here all the methods inside this WebSocket message broker configurer are default methods. So that's why we do not see any error, or like we need to implement to redefine some methods. But I will tell you what are the methods that we need to implement. So the first thing I will here click on implement methods, and the first one is configure. So let's filter for configure message broker. So here, this is the method that the first one that we want to implement. All right. So here it will come with a parameter called registry of type message broker registry. And here I will show you what we need to implement. So the first thing, we need to enable simple broker. All right. And here, instead of topic, I want to use user, because the destination prefix should be user. And then I need to set the application destination prefix, so I will keep it as app. And finally, I will add the user destination prefix, which will be users. All right. So this is like the destination, or like the prefix for the destination, or like the user destination. So this is the first method. The next method is I need to implement is the register stamp endpoint. Register stamp endpoints. So this is the one. And again, it comes with a stamp endpoint registry. Let's implement here. So first I need to add an endpoint. So let me break the lines. So the endpoint, I want to add this /ws for WebSocket, and then I can allow all the origins, or like I can specify what I want to allow, or like as web origins. So here maybe let's set our local host and then 4200, since I know that my Angular application will be running on this port, and then with sock.js. All right. So the next method, since our application is already behind a secured API, so I want also to add an argument resolver in order to allow the authentication principal argument resolver. So let's implement another method. So here it's called add argument resolver. All right. So for this, all I need to do, I just need to pass my argument resolver dot add, and here I need a new authentication principal argument resolver. So this is all I need for that part. And finally, I just need to implement another method, which is configure message converters. All right, so configure message converters. And finally, I will just return false. But before that, I will define what I want to configure. So here I will have an object of type default content type resolver, and I will call it simply resolver for a shorter name, equals new default content type resolver. And here I will just set resolver dot set default MIME type, and my default MIME type will be application/JSON. So this one is from media type dot application / or like application _ JSON. All right, I can also add it as a static import, and then I will create a mapper. So here I will use a mapping Jackson to message converter, and I will call it converter equals mapping to Jackson to no, not Jackson to HTTP, just a Jackson to a message converter. All right, let's import this one and fix this one. All right, so now for the converter, I will just converter.set object mapper. So what is the object mapper that I want to use, which will be a new object mapper for the one from Jackson, and then set content type resolver, which will be my resolver, the one I defined in here, because I want to resolve a MIME type of type, like a MIME type JSON. All right. And finally, message converters dot add my converter. So this is all I need to do for this part. So now the WebSocket is already configured and it will be up and running. So maybe let me optimize the imports in here and remove the unused ones. So now we can move on to the implementation of the notification system, like the notification service, the object, and so forth. All right, next I will create a new package, notification, and then I will create my notification service. So this notification service, first I will give it a service annotation and the required args constructor, and of course I will add my SLF4J for logging. So here I will first inject a simple messaging template. All right, so I will call it messaging template. Sorry, not a simple, but just a simp. All right, just a simp messaging template. So then I will define a method. I will call it send notification. And for that, I will need a user, or like a string user ID, like to whom I want to send the notification, and then a notification object. So here I will just create my own class notification. So create class notification. I will come back to this in few seconds. And here first I will just log.info, sending notification, or like maybe let's customize it, sending WebSocket notification to user with payload, and this is the payload. And here user ID and the notification object. So then all I need to do is to use my messaging template dot convert and send to user. So instead of just converting and sending, I need to convert and send to user. So here I will pass my user ID and then the destination and then the object. So let me just fix this one. And here instead of topic, I will just say it's chat, and it will be sent to a chat, like to a chat destination with this notification object that I want to send in here. All right, now let's configure our notification. So here I will use the annotations getter, setter, or args constructor, no args constructor, and a builder. And here simply I will have a private string my chat ID. I will need this information, a private string content, and then I will need my private string sender ID and the receiver ID. So here sender ID, receiver ID, or again a private string chat name. So like I will also want to define the chat name, and here a private message type. So because I want to know what is the type of the message, whether if it's an attachment or a text, just a simple text. And here I will create a notification, an object of type notification type. So what is the type of this notification? So like whether it's a text, media, and so on and so forth. And finally, a private byte in case we want to send a media. So I'll just call it media, and here I will create an enum of type notification type. So here for this notification type, I will have the following. So whether this notification is when a message is seen, and if it's just a simple message or an image, here image, and then maybe it might be an audio or a video. So these are the notification types that I want to support within my application. So now we are done with the implementation of the notification service. All I need to do is to go back to the message service and continue implementing sending the real notifications. All right. So let's start with the send or the save message. So we'll open my message service in here. And the first to do that we have is this one, like when we save a message. So first of all, I will inject, so private final notification service. So this is my notification service, and then I just need to send my notification. So here I will remove the first to do, and now I will create an object of type notification, and then I can use the builder instead. So notification.builder.build. So now let's start building our notification. So the chat ID, it will be my chat.getID, and then we will have a message type. So the message type will be the message request.getType. So this will be my message type, and then I will have my content. So the message request.getContent, and I will have my sender ID, which is the message request.sender ID, and again receiver ID for the same from the message request object. And then I will have a type. So the type will be my notification type dot, it will be a message for this case. All right. And finally a chat name. So I will get it from chat.getChatName. And then I need just my message object dot get sender ID. All right. So once we create our notification object, all I need to do is to call my notification service dot send notification to my message request.get receiver ID, and then the notification object that I just created in here. So this is what I need to do. So I will copy this part and continue implementing the rest of the notifications. So here, this is the first to do. The second one is this. All right, so I will bring back this one, and now I will just paste this. All right, so here for I will keep the chat ID and then the type. So this when we update all the messages to scene. So I do not have a content, but the message type will be notification. I do not have a message type itself. Also, I just need the sender ID and the receiver ID. So this one, it will be recipient ID for the receiver, and for the sender, I will just simply call the get sender method, the chat and the authentication. And here for the type, instead of chat, it will be seen, because I just want to mark it as seen. So I will just move it a little bit up. And here all I need to do, so I do not need the chat name, I do not need anything else. So here instead of receiver ID, I will just pass my recipient ID. So now we are done with the second part. Let's move on to the final to do, I guess, that we have in here. So now all I need to do is to implement this one. So we will paste almost the same thing. So the chat ID remains the same. We have a type, let me wait. So the type, I will move it a little bit up. So here the type, it will be an image. So since we are sending, or like when we upload an image, I want to also notify the recipient. And here I will have the sender ID. So here I have my sender ID, and the message type, it will be message type.image. So here it will be message type.image for this one. And then I have my sender ID, and also I need my receiver or recipient ID. We don't have a content. The chat name, we don't need it. And finally, I need the media. So here I will add media, and here I will use my file utils.read file from location, and I will use my file path. All right, so now finally I just need to send the notification to the receiver ID or the recipient ID, and that's it. All right, so now I implemented all the notification part, and everything should be working fine. All right, so here, by the way, like this warning, because we have the chat not found defined so many times, or like 3 times, so it will just ask us to export it as a message or as a constant. But if I do, for example, something like this, chat was not found, so it's completely gone. So it's just something related to SonarQube and code quality. All right, so now we are done also with the implementation of the notification part. The next part, we will add some OpenApi configuration. So like we will add the Swagger support and OpenApi support. So let's move on and do this one. All right, now let's add the Swagger support or OpenApi support. So first of all, in the pom.xml file, I need to add one dependency. So here I can just scroll back down, and I will add a dependency, which is the Spring Doc OpenAPI Starter Web MVC UI. All right, so this is what I need, and it's from org.springdoc, and the version, I guess the latest one at this time is 2.5.0. So here all I need to do is just to refresh my my dependencies. And first we need to go back to the message controller, and we already have a to-do in here. So here just to do add a parameter from Swagger. So here I would just add a parameter, and as you can see, it's from iu.swagger v3 and so forth. And this is the annotation that I need to add, because here when you open the Swagger UI and when you have a multi-part file, you need to add this parameter in order to have the UI, the select, like the file select input. All right, so this is why we need it. And now I will just add a few tags. So here I will add a tag, and I will give it a name message. So this will be my message tag, and for all the controllers, I will add that one. So also let's do it for the chat. And here I will call it simply chat. So like this will change the tag or like the display on the Swagger UI, and later on also when we will use it for generating the services on the front end side. So here in the same way, I will call it user. And these are the 3 controllers that I have. Before finishing this one, we need to add two things. First, in the application.yaml, we need to add a small configuration, which is in here. So here I will just add it Spring Doc, and then within Spring Doc we have the default produces media type. So the default produces media type, by default it's gonna be a blob, so like a blob type, but I want it to be JSON. All right, so here I want just to add application/JSON. So this will be the media type. All right, so this is the first one. And then, since our application is secured with Keycloak, so how can we add the configuration to our Swagger UI or our OpenAPI in order to make our application work or like connect to Keycloak and retrieve the token and use everything that we have there? All right, so to do that, all we need to do, so like whether you can create a class where you mark it as a configuration and add the following annotations and configurations that I'm about to write right now, or we can simply put it on the main class right here. So here, all we need to do is to add a security scheme. All right, so security scheme in here. First, let's give it a name. Let's call it Keycloak to be relevant. And then we need to give it a type. So the comma should go here. And then the type, it will be security scheme. And here we have multiple options. So we have API key, default, and for our case, it's OAuth 2. All right, so next we have an information called bearer format. So for this bearer format, we want it to be JWT. And we have a scheme. So our scheme is a bearer. So like we want a bearer token, and where to inject this bearer token. So here we have an information called in, and in here we can use security scheme in.header. So we want to inject it in the header. So here, since it's an OAuth 2, so we need to choose which flow, or like what are the flows that we want to use. All right, so here we need to add flows, the flows information. And here it's called OAuth flows. And here where we can define multiple flows. And the first one, we want to use the password. So here for the flows, we have multiple ones. So we have the authorization code, client credentials, extensions, implicit, or password. So since for our case, we want to use the password credentials, like user credentials, so we will define it as a password. So here I need to define an OAuth flow right now, and here I need to provide two information. All right, so here not flows but simply a flow. So here I need to pass my authorization URL as well as my token URL. So these are the two information that I need to pass, and these informations we can get them from here. So let me zoom in. So here we have the authorization endpoint. So this will be my authorization endpoint. I just need to copy paste it in here. So this is the authorization URL, and then we need the token URL. So if we go back in here, we have also the token endpoint. So let's just copy this one and paste it in here. So these are the configuration that we need. So here you need to be careful, because now we are configuring it only for our local environment, but later on it's better to use environment variables in order to get the URL, and also like the URL and the realm name, and so on and so forth. So this is the configuration that we need. So now we are done with the implementation of our backend part. So the next step, we will try to start the application. Like it will be the moment of truth, and to see if what we implemented so far is correct, or like if there is something that we need to fix in order to make everything work as a charm. So let's go ahead and try to start the application, and let me show you at least the Swagger UI, and then we will move on to the front end part, create the Angular application, and start implementing our WhatsApp clone UI. All right, so now all I need to do is just to click the start button in debug mode, and we will see if everything is gonna be fine. If something is wrong, we will fix it together. So let's try to start, enable annotation processing. So here, right, so the builder, I guess this is something that we need to fix. So in here, when you see this error message, so when you try to build the application and you see this error message cannot find symbol, method builder, and so on and so forth. So this is related to the new version, which is 3.4.1 of Spring Boot. So let me show it in here. So here we are using the 3.4.1 at the time of recording of this video. So here, in order to fix it, we have, if we scroll back, if we scroll down, sorry, not back. So here we see in the plugins, we have the Maven plugin and we have the configuration and annotation processor path. So here we are using Lombok, all right? So, but for Lombok, somehow it's not able to retrieve the Lombok version. So here, if we go to Lombok, we see that the version that we are using in here is 1.18.36. So let's copy this one and come back to the plugins in here. In the annotation processor paths, all you need to do is to add the version, or like to explicitly mention the version. So like somehow here it's not able to read the Lombok version, so that's why it's not able to build the project. So now let's refresh, and now we can start again our application, and the error that we saw before should be gone. All right, so now so we have something, the database is not running. Okay, so unable to start server, and here let's see. All right, so let's scroll down. All right, so here we have something in find all users except self, maybe all right, so mismatched input users, expecting delete from insert. Okay, so maybe let's check our user class. So find all users except self, select you from user u, where u.id is not equal this. All right, let's check the usages of this one. So this is public ID, and in here we also called it public ID. Maybe let's add the param annotation in here. So param, and then we paste this one. Let's try again and see. All right, still the same. So mismatched input users. All right, so I guess, okay, I think it's here because here we need to specify the name of the named query. So let's run again and see. So because here when we created it, we did not pass the named query. So now we have another issue. So I guess the database was successfully created, I assume. So if I refresh, so yes, we have the tables and we have the sequence that we need. So now we have another exception. I think it's about the simp message. All right, so the simp messaging, or the messaging template. So here it says that we do not have any configuration for that, but it should be out of the box. So let's investigate this. All right, so let's go and check our WebSocket configuration. Okay, so here we have enabled WebSocket, but we need WebSocket message broker, not just WebSocket. Let's optimize the imports in here, and now if we go back to notification service, so now this error is gone. So it was simply because we had to use enable WebSocket message broker, not just enabling the WebSocket. So let's do a final start and see if everything is fine now. So yes, everything is fine and the application is started. So now if we go to the browser and open this URL, localhost 8080 swagger-ui/index.html, and see what will happen. All right, so here it seems that we have an issue. So let's check the console. So we don't have anything. Let's do some checks. So here, if I open my security config and see what I have authorized, so here I added v2 and we have the v3, so everything looks fine in here. So maybe let's check something else. Maybe the properties. So everything seems to be fine. Right, so maybe let's add a breakpoint here and see if we hit the backend or not. So if I refresh, okay, so here we have the backend. So here I think it's an anonymous okay, I see now. I see the issue. So here we have a once per request filter. So it's a filter and it has a filter chain. And in here, every time we need to do filter chain.do filter to pass to the next filters, like to continue on executing the list of the filters. So I think this might be the issue. So I will start the application again, and then we will go back to the browser and just refresh our interface. All right, so now it seems to be working. And here we have the different endpoints, which is message, chat, and user. And here we see that we have the authorization, and here all we need to do is to provide the username and the password. So we just need to create a user in Keycloak, and we provide the client ID as well. So we don't need to provide the client secret. And then when we do authorize, it will authorize us to get the token, and we will be able to send requests. But for now, it's not the most important part, so we can skip that one. So here you see that under OpenAPI definition, we have this link /v3/API doc. So this is the API, or like the definition of our API or of our backend. So this is what we will use in the front end in order to generate all the services. So now, since the backend is almost done, or let's say it's already done, so now we can move and start implementing our front end for the WhatsApp clone application. All right, so now let's start our front end part. So here I will open my terminal, and here, as you can see, I'm on the root folder of my application. So if I do ls, you see the Docker Compose and the WhatsApp clone. And here all I need to do is to create a new Angular project. So I will use the command ng new, and then I will call my application, or the front end application. I will call it WhatsApp-clone-UI. And then just hit enter. And here I will use Sass as CSS. So I don't want any side rendering or like SSR, static generation option. So I will disable that one. And here it will just create the project and start installing the packages. So like the base packages that we need. And as you can see here from the logs, it will create the WhatsApp clone UI readme file, git ignore, Angular JSON package, and so forth. So now it's just installing the packages. And once everything is done, we will see the folder that's getting created in here. All right, so here we see that we have our WhatsApp clone UI. So I will start first by adding few dependencies that we need for our project. So the first thing I will need in here, so first, like you have two options, whether to add it manually, like manually adding the dependency in here, and then you can specify the version, or you can just use the command line to do that. So here I will just go to my WhatsApp clone UI, and then all I need to do is npm install, or npm I for a shortcut, and then just paste the package that you want to install. So here first we will start with the FontAwesome free. So this will give us the ability to use some icons. Then I will install my Bootstrap. So npm install Bootstrap. So this will add the Bootstrap package, as you can see in here. So first we have this one, and we have now Bootstrap with the version 5.3.3. Also, since we have, or like we want to use Keycloak to secure our application, I need to install Keycloak.js. All right, so then, as I mentioned before, we want to generate automatically the services from the API definition. So I will install a package called ng OpenAPI gen. So I will install this one. So here I will just start by installing all the dependencies that we need. And then, since we want to use WebSocket, so here I will install a first package. It's called kill.js. And then we have a sock.js client, so we need also that. I will install npm install sock.js client, and finally I will need another one, which is the stomp.js. So now we have almost everything, and then later on we will install another package, which is called like the package that will allow us to send emojis, like selecting emojis and sending them. So I will show you this one, or like this part, when we come to it later on. So here, this is what we need to do first. All right, so the next step, so here I'm just preparing the workspace, or like preparing the project. So next step, I need to import the styles that we just added. So under the src, or like the source folder, we have style.scss. So in here, I will just add an import. So I will import my bootstrap. So it will be bootstrap /dist distribution /css. And then we have bootstrap.min.js. So bootstrap.min.css, sorry, not JS. And then in order to have also the icons available, so here I will also import our font awesome, and then /font awesome free /css all.min.css. So it's better always to use the minified version of the CSS. And then later on here, I will just maybe mark it as a to-do, add the emoji styles. All right, so we will add this one later on. All right, so here we have, now we added our styling. Everything should be fine. And then the next step is I will create a folder under my source folder in here. So I will create a directory and I will call it OpenApi. So for this OpenApi, I will just go back to my browser in here. And as I mentioned before, just click on this, maybe let me zoom in. So just click on this v3/api/docs, and this will open for you this one. So here, just to make sure, I will just come back and restart our backend application, just to make sure that everything is working fine. So I will refresh in here. So we have our definition. So here, let's go back to OpenApi, and then I will create a file and I will call it openapi.json. So since what we have is a JSON format, and all I need to do is to paste the definition that we have in here. So the first thing that we need to do in order to generate all the services, I need just to create a new command in my package.json file. So this command, if I go back in here, we make it full screen, and if you scroll to the top after test, we can now create our new command. So let's call it API gen, just to generate the API documentation. And for that, we will use the dependency that we added, which is the ng OpenAPI gen. And here, all I need to do is to provide the input, which is under my src folder /openapi/openapi.json. So this will be the input file that will be used in order to generate the services. And then I need to define the output. So the output, it will be under source, or under src, and then app, and then /services. So if we don't have this folder, it will be automatically created. So when I run this command API gen, it will create a folder under this app directory in here called services, and inside it, it will generate all the services that we need, or like all the services that we defined already for our backend. So no need to write anything manually. We just have to generate the services. So let's go ahead and try this one. So here, all I need to do is to do npm run. Let me clear this. npm run, and then the command name, which is API gen, the one that you define in here. So if I hit enter, so you see here that it starts writing some services. And now if I go to app, I see services, and I have all the services that I have in here. So for example, if we go to chat service, we see that in the chat service in here, we have the different methods. So for example, get chat by receiver, create chat, and so forth. So these are the methods that were generated, as well as we have here the models. So for the models, we have the chat response, we have the message request, message response, and we have the string response, the object that we defined there, and also we have our user response. So we have everything up and ready for us. So before start implementing everything, so let's also start defining some few things, or like few dependencies that we need, or like that we will need in our for our application. So if you go to app config, so if you open the app.config.ts, and in here we see that we have some providers. So let me break the lines so you can see everything at the same time. So here the first thing that I need to provide after this one is the HTTP. All right, since we want to use the HTTP service, we need to provide the HTTP client. So here we have a method called provide HTTP client, and then we will create an interceptor. So we will define the interceptor in here. And then we will also need to provide an app initializer when it comes to configuring the Keycloak service. So this is what we will do as the next step. So now we just provided the HTTP client, and now we will start by preparing the Keycloak service, the interceptor, and all the stuff that we need. And then we will start implementing the UI step by step. All right, so here under the app folder, I will first create a new directory, and I will call it utils. So this will be my utils folder where I will place some services. So feel free to reorganize the project the way you want. So here I will create a new folder called HTTP, and also I will create another folder and I will call it Keycloak. All right, so first let's start with the Keycloak configuration. So here, all I need to do is to go to, I need to navigate to this folder. So I will do cd src app and then utils and then Keycloak. So here, all I need to do is to generate a service, and I will call it ng generate s for service, and then I will call it Keycloak. So here, this will create a service for me. It's called Keycloak service. So let me rename it and fix the typo. So Keycloak, and this will ask me if I want to rename the class. I will say yes. So now we have the class renamed. So for now, let's first start by configuring our Keycloak service. So to configure Keycloak, first I need to specify or to create an object. I will call it Keycloak. So Keycloak, and it will be of type Keycloak. All right, and the Keycloak is from the package Keycloak.js, the one that we imported earlier. So also I will make it as undefined. And here in the constructor, I think now I do not need to do anything. So first I will define my first method. So here I will call it get Keycloak. So it will be a getter, and then in this Keycloak, so I will just start defining my Keycloak configuration. So here, if my Keycloak service or the Keycloak instance is undefined, so that's why here I set it up as initiated as Keycloak or undefined. So for the type, so here all I need to do is to create it. So this dot Keycloak equals new Keycloak configuration. And here for the Keycloak, I need to pass some configurations. So the first one, I need to specify the URL. So the URL, it will be, or it should be my, the base URL of Keycloak, which is http://localhost and then 9090. So this is my Keycloak URL. And then I need to give it the realm name. So the realm name, we called it WhatsApp clone. So here, WhatsApp-clone. So this is the realm name. And finally, I need to provide the client ID. So the client ID, we called it WhatsApp clone app. So this is what we defined for the client ID. And finally, I need to return this dot Keycloak. So this you can picture it as a singleton pattern. Then I will create another method. It will be an async method, and it will be I will call it init. So this will initialize my Keycloak connection. So here I will create a constant. I will call it authenticated, just to make sure that my client is authenticated, equals wait this dot Keycloak. So but now we need to use the method, not the property, and then dot init. So here, once everything is initialized, so this will return something. So here I will define my onload, what I want to do. So here we have two options, whether login required or check SSO. So the check SSO is when you don't want to force Keycloak to check the authentication. every time. So for example, you want always the user to be able to connect when he clicks on a login button, for example. Or if you want the user always to be connected, you just use the login required. So every time we start up the application, or like the user tries to access some page, it will always ask him to log in if he is not logged in. All right, so also here, I guess we don't need this constant, so maybe we can also remove it, but let's keep it for now. Maybe we need it later on. So here I will define also some other properties, like for example, login, in order to allow the user, or like if you want to implement here an SSO, or like a check SSO. So like I will just prepare the methods for you in case you want to change that. So here in the same way, I will have an async. So here I made a typo. So I will have an async and a method, I will call it login. And this is how you can manually log in the user. So here I will use an await this.keycloak.login. So this is all we need to pass. Also for the login, we can pass a few parameters, but this should be sufficient. And then I will create another get method, and I will call it user ID. So user ID, so this will return the user ID from the Keycloak token. So simply I will return this dot Keycloak dot and here, so we have a property called token parsed, and then from the token parsed we just get the sub as string. So here we can cast it to a string, and here, since the token parsed might be null, so that's why we add here this interrogation mark. Also, if you want to check if the token is valid, so here let's do maybe here let's add some implicit types. So let's call it string. And here, let's say, for example, I want to check if the token is valid or not. All right, so here all I need to do is to return. Now I need to negate because the token is valid. All right, so here why I do the negate, I do need the negate because here I will use this dot Keycloak dot is token expired. So I have a method called is token expired. So if the token is expired, this means that will return true, and we negate it to false. So this means that the token is not valid, and the other way round. Also, if you want to get the full name from Keycloak, so here I will add a method called, I will call it get full name, or like the user full name, and it will return a string. So here simply I need to return this dot Keycloak dot token parsed dot, and here also always think about this, and here there is an attribute called name. So this will be the full name, or like the name of our connected user. Now if you want also to perform a logout, so here I will create a method logout. So here simply I need to return this dot Keycloak dot logout, and here you can also provide a logout URL, so like or a redirect URL. So the redirect URL, so after logging out the user, where you want him to be redirected. So here let's maybe make it simply HTTP localhost and then 4200 to say that I want to redirect the user to the main page. Also, if you want to enable the account management for the user, I will create another method and I will call it account management. So here simply I need to return this dot Keycloak dot account management. So this will open the account management from Keycloak, and this will allow the user to update his own information. So now we already defined our Keycloak service. Now what we need to do, we need to include, or like we need to bind this service to our app configuration. So here I will keep the HTTP provider. I will just finalize it once we implement the HTTP interceptor. So now for the Keycloak, all I need to do is to provide an app initializer. So here provide app initializer, and for this app initializer it will be an arrow function, and then all I need to do is to do the following. So here I will have my const and I will call it init function. So this will be an arrow function. Init function equals, and here I will add a key which will be of type Keycloak service. the one that I just created. All right. So then arrow function, and we will define our function in here. So simply I will just return a function of key.init. So I need to call the init method. All right. So here also I need to inject something. So I need to inject my Keycloak service. All right. So I need to call the inject, and here I need to call to inject my Keycloak service in here. And finally, just return the init function. All right, so in here, it needs to be an arrow function. So I just inverse the roles. All right, so now we have the configuration of our Keycloak. So here we just have, we just configured our Keycloak using providing it as an app initializer. So an app initializer means that when the application starts up, it will automatically execute this init method, the code that we just defined in here. So it's simply like that. All right, so now Keycloak is configured, and also we can remove this unused import. So Keycloak is already configured now, so we can move on to the next step and implement our HTTP interceptor, the one that will intercept all the requests and inject the token in it. All right, so let's move on and do that. So here I will just go back and go to my HTTP folder, this one in here. So here we have an ng generate, and we have a command called interceptor. All right, and my interceptor, I will call it maybe Keycloak HTTP interceptor. All right, so here let's just call it Keycloak HTTP. So Keycloak HTTP and interceptor, it will be added automatically. All right, so that we don't need to implicitly to explicitly provide it. So here we have our Keycloak HTTP interceptor. So this will be our interceptor that we will implement right now. So here, as I mentioned before, so this interceptor will intercept all the outgoing requests. So it will intercept all the requests, whether incoming or outgoing. But for us, we want to intercept the outgoing requests and then include or add the bearer token that we will get from Keycloak, and then this will be sent to the backend, and everything should be working fine. So here I will add a const Keycloak service. So here I will use equals inject. So I will inject my Keycloak service. So this is also another way to inject something. So if you don't have a constructor to inject dependencies, you can simply use the inject method from the Angular core. All right, so our service is injected. Here I will also create a const token, and this one, it will be from Keycloak service.keycloak.token. So this will return me, this will get me the token. So the first thing, I need to make sure that I have a token. So if we don't have a token, we should redirect the user to the login page. So this will be done by Keycloak already, but here just a safety side, we need to check that the token is valid and it should be there. I will create another constant. So here I will call it auth request, and this one, it will be my request dot clone. So here, because I cannot update I cannot change the actual request, so I need to clone it. And when I clone it, I want to include to inject a few things. So here I need to pass some headers. So here I need to pass new HTTP headers, and within these HTTP headers, I can specify some attributes. So the first thing I want to add is the authorization. So this is the header that I want to inject. And this one, it will be simply my bearer token plus the token itself. All right, so here I can use this notation right here, and then token. So this is the first definition, and then all I need to do is to return next, and I need to pass the new auth request that I just created in here. So if I have a token, I will clone my request, add the header, and then move to the next filter. So it's just a filter chain. So I just need to move to the next one with the new authorization request. Otherwise, all I need to do is to go to send to pass to the next interceptor the next filter using the original request. So the one I did not change. So once implementing this interceptor, we need to come back here to this provide HTTP client. So when we have an HTTP client, how to add an interceptor? So this is new from Angular 17. So here, all I need to do is to add with interceptors. All right. So we have with interceptors, and this takes a list of interceptors. So here I just need to pass my Keycloak HTTP interceptor, and that's it. So now I assume that everything or all the configurations that we need for our application to run is already there. So like starting from Keycloak configuration, HTTP interceptor, and so forth. So now we can just try to make a test. So let me open, let me go to WhatsApp, clone UI, and here all I need to do is to do ng-serve to serve my application. So now if I go to the browser and I try to hit my 4200 localhost, it should redirect me to the Keycloak configuration, like to Keycloak logging page. So here we have maybe an issue on the redirect URI. So let me go here, admin, and then we go to clients, and here we have a local host. Okay, so this should be colon, not slash. So that was the issue. So that's why the valid redirect URI was not fine. So now if I refresh, I see here that I have my login page to the WhatsApp clone. So one thing that I will do from now, I will go to Realm settings and then login, and I will enable the user registration, remember me, and maybe also forget password. Also, I will just first to use the username or email as username, and this should be fine. So now if I refresh in here, we see now that we can register a new user, and once the user is registered, we can also log into our application. So here, let's do a quick test. So here, let's say maybe a john@mail.com, just a simple one, a simple password, and here let's say maybe John Doe as a user. So when I click on register, now we see that the user is already registered, and this is displaying now our main page from our Angular project. Also, if we go back to the browser to our IntelliJ in here and open the database, so let me refresh. And let's see if we have the user already synchronized or not. So it seems not. So okay, so this is this is perfectly fine because we did not make any request to the backend. All right, so that's why we don't have the user. I just forgot that part. All right, so now when we start implementing the application and like consuming the services, we will see that the users will be automatically synchronized with our application. So now we have our front end up and ready, and now we can move on to start the implementation or the real implementation, and we'll create our application step by step. All right, so here let me close all these files and let's go to the app component.ts, and I will remove everything except the router outlet. So here we will keep only the router outlet, and I will start by creating some pages and components. So here under app, I will create a first folder, and I will call it component. Or let me rename it to components, and here I will create another folder and I will call it pages. So here we will need one page and one component. So here, first of all, I will create the component. So here, if I go to app and then pages, so I will create my first page. So ngg component, and I will call it main. So this will be my main page. And then I will go to components, and I will create a component that will represent my chat list. So here ng generate component and then chat dash list. So this will be my chat list component. So now I have the I have the page, or like the main page that I need, and the component that I need. So the first thing, I will just go to app routes and define my route. So here in the app routes, and I will define the route for my main page. So the path will be empty one, so like it will be the default one, and then all I need to do is to load the main component.ts. So now if I open the browser, it should display that main works. All right, so this is the page, so it's already zoomed in, and so I will just keep it this way for now. Now let's go back to our IDE, and let's start building the main component and the chat app component step by step. So for the main component, I will start with a div, and this one I will give it a class main. So now I will first just define the style for this main class. So here in the main component.scss, I will define .main class, and this I will give it a display flex. So I want it to be display flex and justify content in the center. Also, I want to align my items in the center. So like I want everything to be centered. Also, I will give it a min height, and I want it to be 100 VH, so like vertical height. Also for the background, I will background color, just the background, and I will give it the color -CCC. So this will be this color, so like it's kind of grayish color. Then inside this main class, I will first create another div. So here it will be a div, and it will be an empty one, but I will just give it a background green class. So this background green class, we don't have it yet, so let's go ahead and define it. So here background green, so like dot for a class, so like this is the CSS class. First I will give it a position absolute, so I don't want it to be moving. So top, it will be 0, I want it to be fixed in the top, and then I will give it a width of 100%, also height of 20%. So this just to give it some width and height, so it will be visible. And the background color, so it will be I think 1E, so I think I have it here, 1EA884. So this will be the green background that we want. So now if I open the browser, this is what will be the output. All right, so here this is the gray background, and this is the green div that we just created. All right, so now let's go back in here, and now let's define the different component or the different blocks of our application. So the first thing, I will create a div, and I will give it a class. So let me break this one. So here I will use now dflex from Bootstrap, and I want it to be flex colon, and also I want to justify the content between align items center, and also I will give it a padding 3 just to give it some padding. And here I will create also another class, and I will call it gray background. So the gray background, it will just give me some specific color, or like some gray background color. So for the gray background color, I will not define it in the main component, but rather I will define it in the appstyles.css. So here for the appstyle.css, I will define some few things. So first, I will define the first thing. So like for everything, I want to have a margin, just a margin 0, and also a padding 0, and box sizing, I want it to be border box. All right, so here for the body, I will also give it a background color, and the same one that we used, which is the 3C. And then now I will define my gray background class. So the gray background class, it will be a background color, and then it will be dash F0, F2, F5. So this will be the background color that I want. So I will also just up ahead, I will create another class, and I will call it cursor pointer, cursor-pointer, just to give the feel that something is clickable. So here I will just define cursor, and then I will give it pointer. All right, so we will see when we use that one, you will see what I mean by cursor pointer in here. All right, so inside this class, so also this one I just forgot, I will drop it in another class. So let me move this one inside. and this one I will give it a class main container. So just to wrap everything and just to have everything nicely looking, and I want it to be a display flex. So for the main container, I will go back. So here I will go back to the main class, and for the main container, and here I will define my main container style. So for the main container, I want it to be a position relative. So because I want the, I will explain it in a few seconds when we have the view, because here we have this background green. So we have this one, we have this background green in here. So now our div will be displayed in here, but I want it to be displayed in this area right here. So that's why I needed a container, and this is my main container. So here I want to have a width of 80%. So I want it to be 80% width. And also I want to define a max width, which will be, a max width, which will be 100%. So like maximum, it will go up to 100%. And the height, so height, I can use the calc method. So it will be 100 VH minus 40 pixels. So this will give us this view right here. So it's just calc, not call. And this is what I meant in here. All right, so let's continue the rest. I will give it a background, not color, just a background, and I want it to be white. And I will give it some box shadow. So box shadow, I want it to be 0, 1 pixel, and then 1 pixel. And I will give it a color, RGBA. So it will be like all black. So 3 times black, and with one opacity of 0.5. So here, this way. And then I will copy this one. So this will be the first side, and this will be the second side. So 0 here, I will have 2 pixels just to make it a little bit like to be displayed a little bit more. And here, like whether 0.5 or 0.6. So this, it will look like this. So here we see that we have a box shadow, which is a bit sharp in here, and another one which is a little bit lighter in here, or we can use also the same values as we have in here. So this is the view that I am trying to create right now. All right, so now we have our main container defined. We have also, like, this is the first container that we wanted to define with the gray background. And inside this one, I will start creating few things. So the first one, I will have a div in here. So a div. And I will have an I class. So I with a class FA solid, so like or FAS, FA solid. And this one, it will be FA messages or FA message. All right. And then I will define another div. So for this one, I will give it a class dflex. Also, I want it to be flex colon and align items center. And also I want to have a gap too. And inside this one, I will have 2 icons. So here, maybe I can copy paste this one. So here I will have FA solid. And here I want it to be an FA user. So this will be for the user profile. And the second one, it will be FA door open, just for the logout. So here we will see why I added the cursor pointer style. So here I'll just give it cursor pointer. So now if we go back in here, so these are the icons. So here and now, when you see, when I hop over the icon, so the cursor is changing. All right, so this is what I wanted to add in here. Also, we can add here a cursor pointer for this one as well. So now we are done with the first part. So the second part will be the part where we'll define the chat list and also the messages. All right, so I can reduce this one. I will create another div in here. So this div, it will have a class dflex, and also I want to have it a width of 100%. So like I wanted to occupy the full width of my main container. So then I will create another div. So this one, I will give it a class So this will be equal 3. So I wanted to occupy three times of the full width. Also, I want to have my overflow on the x, overflow x to be scroll. All right. So like if the list of the chat is long, so I want to have a scroll in there. And in here, I will just add my app chat list. All right. So let's import that component. And for this app chat list, we will pass one parameter, which is the chat list. All right. So let's go to the TS file and let's create the chat list. So here in the main component, first of all, I will add an ng on init. So I will implement the on init method. So here I just need to implement it. So implement on init interface, and I will have here my constructor. So here I will add the constructor. And now the first thing I will do is I will define a variable called chats, and it will be an array of chat list, or like of a chat response. So here it will be an array of chat response, and I can initialize it to an empty array. So here in the init method, so first before the init method, I need to inject my chat service. So here private chat service, and then chat service. So now I can remove this one, and first of all I will define a private method, and I will call it get all chats. So here private get all chats. So this will return the list of chats from the backend. So this dot chat service dot get all chats by receiver. So since the receiver is already injected from the backend, so we don't need to pass it. And then I need to subscribe to this one, and on the next method, so here let's say res for the response, arrow function, and now all I need to do is to do this dot chats. So chats equals my response, just initialize that one, and of course don't forget to call this one. All right, so now we have the list of chats. Okay, so when I go back in here, so if I go to this chat app list, I need to request, or like to ask for an input for my chat list. So to define that, I will create a variable called chat, and this one, it will be of type input signal. All right, and it will be of type chat response, and it will be an array of chat response. Okay, so equals an input. So input and of chat response, and chat response, and this will be an array, and I will initialize it with an empty array. So now if I go back to my main component, now I will be able to pass my chat list. So it will be chats. All right, so now let's have a look on what we have in here in the browser. So this will be the chat list. So here we have chat list works. Okay, so let's first go and define, or like implement the chat list. All right, so now for the chat list, so this part in here, we will have, so the chat list will have mainly two roles. So the first one to display the chat, and another role is to display the contact list in order to be able to select a contact and initiate a chat with him. So this is what we will be implementing, so you will be able to follow up along. So I will go to my chatlist.html file, and now I will start defining the styling for that one. So first I will start with a div, and I will give it a class, and I want it to be a sticky top. So sticky top means when I want this means like when I scroll, I don't want the list to be lost, so I want it always to be sticky on the top. So you will see what I mean in here. All right, so this and also I want to give it a background white. So then I will define another div. So for this one, I will give it a class deflex, and then I want to justify the content between and align items in the center. Also, I want to have a gap too. So like a gap is a flex property to give some spacing between the elements, and also I want to have some padding. So here I will use an h4 just here just for the title, which will be a chat. So as I mentioned here, so this chat list component, so like we might implement it differently, have like a contact list component and a chat list component, but just to make it easy for you, I'll just try to implement everything in one component. So here for the chat list component, I will add a property. So here we mentioned that whether we will search for a new contact or like display the chat list. So here in the chat in the chat.ts file, I will just here create a variable search new contact. So if I want to search a new contact, and I will initialize it to false. So this will be a boolean flag. So search new contact. Now going back to the chat list. So here I will first do a check. So to display this part, if I have search new contact, so sorry, if not, so if I'm not searching a new contact, so I will display a specific icon. So here I will use a fast or like FA solid, and here there is an icon called FA comment medical, and I will make it cursor pointer. Also here we can add from now the click event, which will be search contact, for example. Contact. So let's define this method for now, and we will come back to the implementation later on. So else, if I'm searching a new contact, so here I will just display a different icon. So here let me duplicate this one, and here so it will be a times circle, so like just an icon to close that one. And in here all I need to do is to switch the flag. So here search new contact equals false. And that's it. So let's see the output of this small change. So here we have the chat, and now when I click on this one, it will switch the flag, and this will display the different or like the new icon that we defined in here, which is the times or like the closing icon. All right, so let's move to the next part or like to the next block. So the next block will be the block where we will display the list of the users. Sorry, not the list of users, but the search bar and also like the badges that we want to display. All right, so here I will have a div class, a div tag, sorry, with a class. So like when I say div class, I mean that a div with a class property. All right, so I want it to be a flex and a flex colon, and also I will give it a gap 1 and a padding 2 just to have some spacing. And then I will create a new div in here, and I will give it a class input group. All right, so like I want to have my class. So here my input. So first I will have a span, and for this one I will use an icon. So class fast FA search. So this will be the first one, and then I will have an input text. So input type equals text, and then I will give it a class form control SM. SM means small, and a placeholder search in the chat, for example. And we can also like give it an area label just for the readability. So here it's search, and also maybe an area label for the screen reading. So here search. So this will be my search bar, or like my search component. And then let's have a div, another div. So for this one I will give it also a display flex, so with a gap 2, and in here I will define few spans or few icons. So here I will have a span. So the first one, it will have a class badge. So I want it to be a badge. Also I want it to be a rounded pill, and let's say text background light. So we have it light, so it will be kind of grayish, and a cursor pointer. So I will duplicate this one 3 times. So the first one, it will be all. So here I'm trying to clone exactly the WhatsApp view, or like the WhatsApp UI, the real one. And here, for example, favorites. So this is what we implemented so far. So here we have the search bar. Maybe there's something needs to be fixed in here, and these are the pills or the badges that we just defined in here. All right. So I think for this one we are missing a class, so it should be input group text. So this will be the input group text, and now it looks fine, or it looks better. All right, so let's go back and continue the different elements. All right, so this is the first part. Now I need a new div, and inside this new div, first I will give it a class chat list. So we don't have this class yet, and we will implement it right now. Also, I will give it some margin left. So for the chat list, I will just define it in here in the chat list .css. So in here, so here for the chat list. So now for each div that will be inside my chat list, first I want it to be a cursor pointer. So a cursor, a cursor pointer. And then when I over on it, so and over. So when I over the cursor on it, I want just to change the background color. All right. So I'm gonna make it something F2, F1, F1, F1. So something like white or something like that. So you will see the output in few moments. So here, first of all, I will do a check. So if I have my chats, so when we use input signals, we need to use the parentheses in order to check or like to get the content. And if not, search new contact. So if I'm not searching a new contact, and also if the chat list is not empty, I want to loop over. So for let's say chat of chats, and here don't forget the parentheses, and track chat. So I don't want to track only the ID, I want to track the full chat object. All right, so here let's create a div. So this will be a div. All right, so here I will give it a class dFlex for display flex, and align items center, and justify content between, and I will also add a border bottom. So I would add a border bottom gray and also a padding 2. So we don't have this border bottom gray. So let's go ahead and define it. So in the chat list, so in here after this one, so border bottom gray, simply it will be a border bottom, and then I want it to be a solid 1 pixel, and then the 3C, the gray color that we defined earlier. All right, so this will be my main div, like the div that will contain the elements, or like that will contain the chat list. Also here we can add a click event from now. So chat clicked. So when the user clicks on chat, and here I can pass the chat as a parameter. So let's go ahead and create this method, and let's leave it for now. We'll go back, or like we will come back for this one later on. All right, so now let's see, or let's try to define the structure of our chat element. All right, so here I will create a div, and I will give it a class dFlex and a gap 2. All right, so then I will create another div, and this will contain the user image. So I will give it a class user-emg. So this class, we will define it in a few moments. And then let's use an emg tag, and source, I would say user.png. So here I will just show you what are the resources that we will be using. So you will find everything in the repo. So here in the public folder on the root application. So here this is the user, and this is the WhatsApp banner, and this is the WhatsApp background. All right, so we will see later on when we add the styling how this is going to look like. All right, so now let's go back and continue. So now you have, or like you should have all the resources. Also, let's give it an alt. So here, alt, let's keep it empty. Now, after defining the image, so we will define now the chat name. We will define all the properties that go along with the chat. So here, I will also create a div with a class flex. So a div flex and with a flex colon. So inside this one, we will have a span. So we will have a span in here, and this will be the chat.name. So chat.name. And then I want to use the small tag with a class. So here, let's give it a class text secondary, just to be gray. And in here, I want, so this will display if the user is online or not. All right. So here I want to add an if chat dot last message. So if I have a last message, if it is of type attachment. So this is what we defined already in the backend before. All right. So of type attachment. So here I want to display an I with the class fas and then fa image. All right, so just to say that this is an attachment. All right, so and then of course I want to display my chat, or like my last message. So here it will be chat dot last message, but the last message, it might be long, so this might break the UI. So what I will do here, I will create a method. I will call it wrap message. All right, so wrap message, and I will pass the last message as a parameter. So this wrap message is simply, it will check the length of the string. So it will also return a string in here. So first we just need to check the length of the string, whether we wrap it or we just return it as it is. So here, if the last message, if it's not undefined, all right, so because here it might be string or undefined, and the last message dot length is greater or like less or equal to 20 characters. So if it's the case, I just need to return the last message itself. Otherwise, if it is longer, so I would just return my last message and then substring. So substring, and here from position 0 to position 17 plus and 3 dots. This means that the message is not complete, or like it's just a part of the message. All right. So this is now the chat message. All right. So this is the first part, and now we can move to the next one. So the next one is I need also to define a div in here. All right. So here for this div, I will also give it some class properties, and I want it to be display flex and flex colon, and align items in the end. So this will be, or like this will display if we have unread messages, or the last, how many unread messages, and when was the last message sent. All right. So here let's define a span. So this one, it will be, or I will give it a class message date. So for this also, I will define some properties. Okay. So here I will add a property, or like another class, and I will call it unread. So unread. So this will be if my chat dot unread count, and if I have the unread count and the chat dot unread count is greater than 0. So this, in this case, I want to display the message in green, just to mention that the message that there is a new message that was not seen. All right. So in here, all I need to do is to display my chat dot last message time, and I can use the date pipe just to format the date. All right, so date and then colon, and then here we can specify the format. So here let's import the date pipe, and in here let's say, for example, dd, just dd and mm, and 2 times y, just it will be something like that. So for example, it will be 01 dot 01.25 or 24, something like that. Okay. And then of course we want to display the hours and the minutes. So :mm. So this will be the last message seen. All right. So now I need to add something else. So after this span in here, I will add a check. So here, if my chat dot unread count, and if my chat dot unread count is greater than 0. So if I have new messages. All right. So here what I want to do, I want to have a small and then a class, and I will give it unread message MSG badge. So I will create this class right now. Sorry, it should be class, not click. All right, so unread message badge. So we don't have this one yet. We also don't have the unread message and the message date. So let's go ahead and create all of them. So for the message date, we will go to the chatlist.scss, and here I will add .msg date. So first of all, I will give it a font size, and I will give it 0.7 rem. And also when we have the unread property, so unread property. So in this case, I just want to give it a different color. So here, let's say I want to give it a color -1FA and 855. So this will be like the WhatsApp green color. Also, I want to give it a font weight 500, just to give it some nicely looking one. Also, now let's go and define this unread message badge. So I'll just copy this one, and in here, this .unread message badge. So this will be the badge to display the unread messages. So first I will give it a background, just a background, and it will be the same color as we used in here. So let's copy paste it. And then I will give it a color white. So 3 times F. And then I will give it a min width. So I want it to be minimum 20 pixels, and I will give it a height of 20 pixels as well. Also a border radius, and I want it to be 50% just to make it a circle. All right. So here we can also adjust the font sizing, and for the font size, let's say 0.8 rem. So this is gonna be fine. And also let's give it a font weight of 400 and a display flex, and justify content in the center and align items in the center. So this will center the content of the badge in here. All right, so here let's display the number of the unread chat.unread count. So how many messages were not displayed. So here, this is the first part. So if we have the chat, so now the second part is if we want to use this one to search for a new contact, or like to initiate a new chat. So here I will use an else if. So here, if we have the search new contact set to true. All right, so search new contact. So here, when we search for a new contact, I will just loop over. So here, the first thing, I will create a contact list. So in the chat list, so here I will just create contacts of type array of user response. All right, so I will initialize it to an empty array, and here I will also add my constructor. So here I will first inject my chat service. Okay, so the chat service we need it for later. So here I will just inject my user service of type user service. So here also I will need in the search contact in here, I will need to implement the get all contacts, or like search contact. So here when I click on the icon, or like when I click on the icon to search for a new contact, I need to fetch or like refetch the contact lists. So here I will call just my user service dot get all users, and here I just need to subscribe to it, and then I have my next method, and here this will be users. So when I get the users, all I need to do is to set this dot users, this dot contact, sorry, equals users, the one I received as a parameter, and then this dot search new contact equals true. So I only set it to true when I get the list of contacts. So if something happens, I don't need, or I don't want to switch to the contact view. All right, so now assuming that we have the contact list from the backend, so here all I need to do is to loop over it. So here for contact of contacts and track contact dot, not dot ID, but I want to track the full contact. All right, so here let's define also the view for the contact. So it would be kind of similar to the chat, but with some adjustments. So I will have a div in here, and let's give it a class dflex, and I want to align items in the center. Also, I want to justify the content between, and I will give it a border bottom gray, the one that we defined earlier, and also a padding 2. So we can also add our click event. So here on click, let's say select contact, and this will be my contact. All right, so let's create this method, and we will come back to it later on. So now after adding the click event, so what I need to do, I just need to continue building my UI. So by the way, let's have a look on what we built so far. So now we don't have any chat, we don't have anything. So that's why the UI or the view is kind of empty. But when we create something, or like when we initiate a chat, we will see that everything is working fine. So also in here, I think we already sent a request to the backend. So now we should see that we have a user in here. All right. So like now we have one user that was automatically synchronized with our backend. All right. So I just wanted to mention that. Let's go back and continue implementing the view. So here I will add another div, and let's give it a class, a dflex as always, and with a gap 2. So first I will have a div, and this will be the user image. So here user emg, I think we already defined the class for that. So let me check in here. Did we define the class for the user image? So chat list. All right, so we did not define the class for that one. All right, so I will define it in the styles.scss. So I think since I think it's gonna be a global one. So here I will just define the user image. So for this one, I will just give it a width of 40 pixels, and I will give it a height of 40 pixels as well. So also I will give it a border radius of 50%, since I want it to be a circle image, and then I will just say overflow, I want it to be hidden. So like anything beyond that, I want it to be hidden. And also here I can use the emg. So when I have, like, for all the image, I want the width to be 100%, so I don't want it to be cut off. All right, so now we just defined our image. So let's go back to the implementation. So here, this will be the user image. So like even for the contact, since we do not have the user image, or like the user profile pictures, so we will just stick to a static one. Maybe we can fix this one later on, and we can add the ability for the user to upload their own images. So here I will just use an image, and here I can use also the same one, user.png, and let's give it an empty alt. And then all I need to do is to define the div where I will display the user information. So here it will be a class dflex and a flex colon. All right, so here I will have a first span. So the first span, it will be the full name. So it will be the contact dot first name plus, and then the contact dot last name. So this will be the contact name. And then if the contact is online, so here if contact dot online, so in this case I want to display a small in here, and here let's give it a class text secondary, just to be kind of grayish, and I want it to be online. Else, if the user is not online, I want to display the offline text, or like the last seen message. All right, so let's use also a small in here, and let's give it the same class text secondary, and here let's see last seen, and then a space and mbsp just for a space, and then, or like here, simply we just get the contact dot last seen, and then we can pipe it, or like we can use the date pipe to display when the contact was last seen. So date, and then I want it to be in the same format, dd.mm.yy, and then, or like here we can use maybe the full one, since we will have enough space, and then hh:/mm. All right, so now we are done with displaying the contact list. But here like first we started with this if, right? If we have the chat, so here I will just add an else. So if we do not have chat, so I'll just here add a simple span, or maybe we can use a small instead. So here, let's say, for example, no chat yet. So no chat yet. And maybe 2 dots, something like that. So now if I open back the browser, we will see automatically that we don't have any chat to display. But when we create a chat, so this will automatically display the chat. So here, if I click on this one, I'm expecting to see the contact list, but it's not displaying. Maybe let's see if something is wrong. So here for the preview, so here we are not getting the list of the contacts from the backend. Let's check if we have everything. Also, let's check the backend from here. So everything seems to be working as expected. Maybe let me refresh and see if we have the user. Okay. So that this makes sense, because this is the list of the users except self. All right. So for that, I will just do something. So here, if I go back to the main component, so here I will just go back to the main component. I will extend this one. So here we have this door open. I will add a click event in here, and I will call it logout. So I will implement the logout method, as well as I will implement the user profile. So here on click, I want user profile. So let's implement these two methods. So for that, I need to inject my Keycloak service. So here, let's say private Keycloak service of type Keycloak service. So here for the logout, all I need to do is to call this .keycloak service.logout. And here this .keycloak service.account management. So let's go back and check the output, or like the impact of this one. So here, if I click here, so this will redirect me to the user, or like to the account management from Keycloak. Once I'm done, I just need to click on back to WhatsApp clone. And here from this one, I can log out a user. So maybe the user is not logged out. So here, let me try first to log out manually that user. Okay, I think this is because of the email verified, so I think it might be that one. Okay, so I will just log out the user manually. So in order to log out the user manually, just go to session and then click on log out all sessions. All right, so now let's register a new user. And here, let's say, for example, William at mail.com, a simple password. So is it the same password? Yes. So, and for the name, let's say William and Bell. Now we can register the user. So now if I click on the contact, this should display the John Doe, the other user. So now let me try to log out. Okay, so maybe there is something wrong with the logout. All right, maybe so. Okay, we will investigate this later on, but here we see that we have the contact list, and if I close it, it will also hide the contact list. So let's now go back to the main chat and continue implementing the chat list. All right, so now let's go back to our chat list, and here when we define the list of chats, we defined a chat clicked. All right, so when we click on a chat. So meanwhile, what I did, I manually inserted a chat for the two users that we just created, which is John Doe and William Bell. And here we see that this is how we are displaying the chat. So this is the chat name, which is the recipient. This is the last message, and here the message count, or like the unread message count. So I think here there is something missing, which is the date. So first let's go ahead and check that one. So I will open my chat.java, and here we have the get last message time. So it's not used. So I will open my chat mapper. So my chat mapper.java, and I guess here we are missing the last message time. So let me restart the application, and then we'll refresh the front end, and then we should see the last time. All right, so here if I go back and refresh, so here we see that we have the time also being displayed. All right, so what I will implement right now is when we click on a chat, we want to display the chat messages in here. So let's go ahead and implement that. So the first thing is, in the chat list, we have this chat clicked. So I want to implement this method. So here, first of all, I will define an output. So here I will say chat selected, and then it will be an output of type chat response. All right, so, and that's it. Now in this chat clicked, all I need to do is to emit the chat that I have. So here, this dot chat selected dot emit, and then chat. So now in the main component here, where we have the app chat list, what we can do now implement the chat selected. So the chat selected, it will we simply need to implement the chat selected method. So here I need my $event, and this will pass, or like this will bring me the parameter. So here I will call it chat response. And when I get this chat response, first I will create in the main component.ts, I will create a parameter, and I will call it selected chat. And it will be of type chat response. So this object will just define, or like will just hold or store the selected chat information. So here, when we go back to this chat selected, first of all, I will set my selected chat to chat response. So equals chat response. And then I need to do two things. All right, so I need to implement two things. First, I need to get all the chat messages. So here I need to implement a method. I will call it get all chat messages. And this one, I need the chat ID. So here I will get it from the chat response.id as a string, since it might be undefined. So I'm just casting it. And then I will need to implement another method, which will set the messages to seen. All right, so set messages to seen. And of course, here I will need for the selected chat, I need to reset the end count to 0. So since we will update everything, so we just need to set it to 0 in here. So first, let's implement the get chat messages. So here I will just create the method, and here it will be instead of ID, we'll just call it chat ID. And of course, here I need to inject my chat, so my message service. So here it will be a private message service of type message service. All right, so now in this method, all I need to do is to call this .message service .get all chat or get all messages. I think this is the method that we defined in the message controller. So let's double check in here. Yeah, so get messages or like get all messages. All right, so when I pass the get all messages, I need of course to pass my chat ID as a parameter, which is my chat ID I received as a parameter to this method. Then I need to subscribe, next, and then it will be messages, arrow function, and then this dot chat messages. So I don't have this variable yet, so we will create it, equal messages. All right, so let's create this chat messages variable. Okay, not fixed with AI, but I want to declare a property chat messages. All right, so why it is like this? And we can initialize it to an empty array. So this is the chat messages. Then I will just define this method, but I will not implement it yet. So I will implement it later on. And also I will comment out this one because I just want to show you the flow, and then we will continue implementing this one and resetting the chat count. So now if we go back to the main component, now we will implement, or like we will display the messages. So I guess I can close the chat list. We will come back to it later on when we need to. So here, after the chat, or after displaying the chat ID, all right, so here I will create another div block, and I will give it a class call 9. So just call 9 just to give it enough space, or like the rest, because the sum of this call should be 12. All right, so if we give it here 3, this one should be 9. If you give this one 4, this should be 8, and so on and so forth. So the sum should be 12. So here I will create a div, and I will give it a class ID flex and flex colon. And I will just do justify content between, and I will give it a height 100%. All right, so now let's move and add the first part. So here, this will be the top. All right, so like this will be the top part of my chat list, or like the block where I want to display the UI, or like the list of messages. So here let's give it a class, and let's say gray background, and let's give it a padding 2. And in here I just want to display the user. All right, so here it will be a div, and then I will give it a class user image, so the one that we defined earlier. And here simply I will use the user.png, and then let's give it an empty alt. So here, as I mentioned, since we do not manage or we do not store the user images, so we just keep it this way. All right, so now if I have a selected message or a selected chat, so if I have a chat already, so now I will start building, or like I will display the information. All right, so here if I have a selected chat, I will have a div right here. Let's close this one, and then this div I will give it a dflex and flex colon. All right, so inside I will have a span, and this will be the selected chat dot name. So selected chat dot name, because I know that the selected chat is will be always the recipient name. So then I will define a div, and for this one I will give it a class, and I want it to be a dflex, and I will give it a gap 1 and align items in the center. So here if I have my recipient online. So if selected chat dot recipient online. So if the recipient is online, I want just to display here, let's say a small, and this one, and I will give it a class online status. We will create it, or like we will define it later, so I will keep it empty. And then another span, but this small, sorry, not a span, and this one, it will be online. All right. And else, if the user is not online, all I need to do, I will just copy this two, and here I will say offline status. So offline status. So now let's go ahead and define the online status and the offline status. So in the main component .ts, so here I will add the online status. So this, I will give it a background, which is the green that we defined in here. So this should be 885, and I guess it should be 885 also as well in here. So first, let's give it this background, and then let's give it a min width. So I want it to be minimum to be 10 pixels, and also I want to give it a max width, which should be also 10 pixels, just to have the green circle. And then I will give it a height of 10 pixels. And border radius, so border radius 50%, just to make it a circle. And then font size, so let's give it 0.8 rem. And font weight, so font weight, not width. So font weight, I will give it 400. And a display flex, so a display flex, and also I'll just add the justify content center and align items center. All right, so now if we go back and check in here, so now if I select a user, so this will display the username and the status, whether is it online or offline. Okay, so let's go back in here. And also let's add this offline status. So I will just copy paste this one because it's gonna be the same. And this one, I will just call it the offline status. And here I just need to change the background for this one. So I guess CA, and CA. So this should be perfectly fine for our case. One thing, I just to go back in here and see why it's not aligned. All right, I guess I need to wrap these two objects into a div. So I will give it a class dflex with a gap 2, and I will move these two in here. All right, so I guess this should fix it. Yes, so now we have this one. So also here we can wrap all this or all this part if we have the selected chat, because otherwise it would be just displayed like this. But for now, let's say, or let's assume this should be fine. So now let's go back in here, and now I guess we can reduce this one, and now let's create the messages part. All right, so here I will create another div. First, I will give it an ID, and I will call it scrollable div. So this scrollable div, because I just want to dynamically scroll down when we select a message. So we want to display always the latest message. So I will implement this one in a few seconds. So this, I will give it 800% and a background chat. So I will just give it like we will implement the styling for this in few moments. And I want to give it a padding 3, and of course an overflow on the X axis to be scrollable. So first, let's go ahead and implement this background chat. So this background chat, I will go in here. So now background chat. So let's give it the dot. So here, first of all, I will give it a background color. So the background color, I will use this one. So like it will be something similar to the background color from the WhatsApp application or the WhatsApp web application. So I think it's EA2. So this is the color. So if you can see it, but we will display it in a few seconds. Also, I will give it a background image. So for the background image, I will just pass the URL, and this one, it will be /WA, or like WhatsApp clone underscore background.png. So I'm talking exactly about this one. Right? So this will this is a PNG file, and this will give us the same effect as we have in the real WhatsApp application. So then I want to add a background size to contain. All right, so let's see the impact, or like the changes of this one. So this is how it looks like, but somehow the image is not loaded. So this one is background, not ng. And now we see, or like you see the effect of this one. So like we're having a background color and an image, like, or a PNG image on top of it. All right, so now we are done with the styling for this part. Let's go and continue implementing and displaying the list of the messages. So here, if, or like I will loop over message of messages. So my chat messages, and I want to track the whole message itself. So here we will have two things. So we will have a message that coming from the user itself, and the message that which is coming from the recipient. So like we need to display each one on a different part. So like whether on the left hand side or on the right hand side. So here first I will add if is self message. So I need to determine if the message is self or not. So this is the message, and now I need to define or to create this method in here. So let's create this method. So this is self message. Simply it will do a simple check. So here I just need to return if the message dot sender ID is the same as this dot Keycloak service dot user ID. So this is the user ID that we defined earlier. All right, so now if the message is a self message, or if the message is coming from me, so like if I am the one who sent the message, so here I will define a div. Let's close this one, and for this div let's give it a class, and I will give it a class name called message box, and also a self. All right, so like just to mention that it's a self message and not a friend message or from the other side. So now let's go ahead and define the message box styling. So here in the main component.ts, in the main.component.scss, I will define the message box styling. So for this one, I want to give it a position relative, and then a display flex. Also, I want to give it a width, 100%. Also, I will give it a margin of 5 pixels and 0, so like just a margin from the sides. And then when it is a self and self. All right, so when we have the self property, or like the self class, any div which is inside this self. All right, so any div which is inside this one, I want to give it a position relative first of all, and then I want it to be on the right 0, and then I want to text align. So text align right. So I want to align the text on the right side, and also the background. So just the background, not the background size. So the background, I want to give it like a green background. So for that one, the code is D9 FDD3. So this will be the green one. So like if you can see it in here, so this will be the green background if the message was sent by the connected user or not. I will add some padding. So for the padding, I will add like 10 pixels, 0 and 10 pixels. Before that, also I will give it a max width. So for the max width, I will give it 65%, just not to occupy everything, but just to occupy only a part of it. So also I will give it a border radius of 5 pixels. All right, so then I can also adjust the font sizing, and let's give it 0.9 rem. So now also for the self, I want to justify the content as a flex end. So I want to just, when it's a message box, when it's a self message, I want to justify the content to the end. And now I need to add, so here, maybe let's have a look on what we have right here. So here, okay, before having a look, I will just continue implementing this part, or like at least displaying the data, and then we will continue implementing this message box and self styling so you can see what we have in here. So now I will add another div, and I will give it a class dflex and a flex colon, and inside that I will make a check. So first, if my message dot type is a text, so if my message of type text, all right, so in this case, so if my message is of type text, I will display it in a span, and here it will be the message dot content, all right. And then else if, so we need the at, else if my message dot type is media, sorry, if I have a media file, not the media, not the type, because whether it will be a text or another type of any media, which is something, because we have whether text or a media, which is might be a video, audio, image, and so on and so forth. So now if I have my media file, so this is what I want to check. For now, we will be only supporting images. All right. So here I will create an image class, and then the source, it will be something like this. So I will just add it as a parameter, and the source, it will be, so here I want to be a data colon image, and then slash GPG colon base 64, because the format will be, or like the format that we will receive from the backend, it will be a base 64 format. All right. So here plus message. So I will just concatenate the message dot media. All right. So let's also give it an alt, or like an empty alt, and that's it. So here I will just give it a width 200, so it will be maximum 200 pixels, and I will give it a cursor pointer as a CSS class. All right, so this is when we want to display a media, and then when we implement this one, you will see how this is going to be. So after that, so here we are displaying whether the message or the media file. So let's go ahead and have a look on it. So here you see that we have the message is getting displayed, but now I want to add some kind of a chevron right here and another one right here when the message is coming from the other side. But let's continue implementing this one. Also, we will implement if the message is coming from the recipient, and we will see that. All right, so now I will add a small tag, and for this small tag, let's give it a class. So I want it to be a text black 50. So a text black 50, just to be a little bit grayish. And then, so first let's display the date. All right, so here it will be a message dot created date, and then I can use the date pipe. Let's import it, and then let's give it the format. So here I will just display the hour, like the hour, not the full date, or we can also display the full date. It should be fine. So now I need to check if the state of the message. All right, so like whether I display a check or a double check. All right, so here if my message dot state equals to sent. So if the message is sent, I just need to display a span with an eye. So a span, and here an icon. So I will give it a class fastfa check, and I will give it, so I don't think we need extra class. So here else, so else if the message was seen. All right, so if the message was seen, I want also to display almost the same thing. So here let's see what we will do. We will have a span, but we will have a double check. All right, so this one it will be seen, and this one it will be also seen, just to give it the blue color. And here I will create a class, a margin left negative. All right, because I just want to display both of them, one on the top of the other. All right, so here let's go to the main class and define the styling for that one. So here I will just for any tag of type I, and if it has the scene class. All right, so first I just want to make the color as blue, so I will use 53 BDEB, so that it will be like this this blue color. And now if I have also this margin left negative, all right, so this margin left negative, I will just add some negative margin. That's it. So it will be -7 pixels. I guess this should be fine. So now let's have a look on this. So if I select a chat, so we see that we have the date and we have this check right here since the message was not seen yet. All right, so let's go back to our main component and continue the implementation of the rest of the code. So this is the message from self. All right. So here, if the message is from the other side, all I need to do is to display the message from the other side. So here I will have a div. Let's close this one and let's give it a class. Again, it will be a message box, but it will be a friend, not self. All right, so we will implement the friend later on and we will see the impact. So here I will just try to display the data, and let's give it a class, a dflex, and as well as a flex colon. So flex colon, and I will say line items end. So then if my message dot type is text, so if the message is of type text, so here all I need to do is to display the message in a span. So it will be the message dot content. Else if I have the media, so like in the same way I just want to display the media. So else, and here let's add if message dot media. If I have the media, so like if I have the file or like the base64 representation, I can just copy paste this one. All right, so here, and that's it. All right, so after that I will add also a small just to display the date, and here let's give it a class text black 50 just to make it not fully black. And here it will be also my message dot created at, and then I will add a date pipe with the same format, HH:MM. All right, so now let's see how this is going to look like. When I select a chat, so here I have the first message and I have the response. So the connected user was the one who sent the chat, or like who sent the first message, and I was the one who received, this is the response. All right, so now let's just adjust this one, and now let's go back and continue implementing the message box styling. All right, so if we go back here, so here we have a justify, we justified the content when it's coming from self, we justified the content to flex end. And here I will add a before styling. So here I will just set the content to empty. And now I will just add a position absolute. The top, it will be 0. And the right, I need to give it a negative margin, or like a negative position for the top, and for the width I want it to be 20 pixels, and for the height also 20 pixels as well. And now I will just define the background. So the background, not the size, just the background, I want it to be a linear gradient. So for this linear gradient, I want to rotate it 135 degrees. Also, I want to give it a specific color. So like the color should be the same as this one. So it will be the same as this one with a 0%. And again, this one also like the same color and the 50%. And here a transparent or a again 50%, and finally we need a transparent attribute or transparent property. Just transparent in here, and that's it. So now if we go back in here and select the chat again, so let's refresh, select the chat again. So here you see that we have this one. Maybe it's not so much visible, but let me go to this one. So let me duplicate it, and here for now I will just make it a black background so you can see the difference. So now this is what I implemented just right now. All right, so let's continue implementing the rest. I will just bring it back to the main color, or maybe I can leave both so you can choose which one you want. All right, so now this is why we needed the before. So now let's go and continue implementing the friend. So when the message is coming from a friend. So here I need the and then friend. So here first justify content start. So here I want to use a flex start. So because it would be starting from the other round. So and then for each div inside that one, now I will start giving some properties. So first I want to have a position relative, and then it will be a right 0. So it needs to be displayed on the right. And then I want to have a text align left. So I want to align my text on the left. The background I want it to be white. So here just 3 Fs, and then I will give it a max width of 65% as the other side. And then also I will add some padding. So 10 pixels, 10 pixels, 0 and 10 pixels. All right, so also I will give it a border radius of 5 pixels and a font size of 0.9 rem. In the same way, so as the before and here, so in the same way, we will just define the before for the friend as well. So here and before. So for the before, also I need to specify the content. So this will be empty. And then a position, a position absolute, and then top it will be 0, and the left it will be minus 10 pixels, and the width, so the width also it will be 20 pixels, and the height as well 20 pixels, like the other one, just to be consistent. 20 pixels. And here for the background, I will just copy this one and do some adjustments. All right, so here for the background, so this one I want to rotate it to the other side. So maybe I can keep it this way, and then I will show you what is the impact of this one, of this rotation. So first I will change the colors, and then I will keep everything as the same. So now I will just come back to this 135 degrees. So here, as you can see, so this is what we want to display. Maybe if I inspect the element, and I will show you the impact of that rotation. So here, if I select this one, so this is the before, and this is the rotation that I want to add. So now, as long as I rotate it, so it will be rotated to the right position that I want to display it. So I want it to be like this. All right, so I want it to be this way, or almost. So I think it should be 225 degrees. So, and this will give it this look right here. All right, so let's go back here and fix it. So this should be 200. So this is from where I'm getting these values, by the way. So now I guess you see what I did, or like how I inspected this element. So all you need to do is to type inspect and select the before one, and here you see the rotation, so you can rotate it to find the best position that you want. And here just we saw that 225 degrees is the best angle to display what we want to display in here. All right, so I think here we are missing some border radius. So let's go back to self. All right, so here it's border radius 5 pixels, and now you see it's already there. So now we have all the messages. So here I was the one who sent the first message, and this is the answer, and I see that No, so this is the user this is the recipient. This is not the sender. So this is the recipient. So he received this message and now he answered with this message. And we see that this message was not yet seen by the other user. All right. Okay. So let's go back and continue our implementation. So let's go back to the main component. So now we are correctly displaying the information. All right. So let's go back to the main component and let's add, or let's implement the part where we can send the messages from. All right. So now let's implement the next part, which is the message input. So like from where we can send the message, sending the emojis, attach a file, and so forth. So here I will just declare a bin. So this one will be after this bin where we have this scrollable div, and we will implement this one in a few moments. So here, what we want to add. So we add first, let's give it a class, and let's say background gray, or like we call it gray background, I guess. Yes. So, and let's give it a padding 2. And then we have another div. So let's give it a class dflex, and let's give it a line items center instead of and a gap 2. All right. So then first of all, I will have an I class. So an I with a class, and let's give it a FA paper clip and a cursor pointer. All right. So this will be for my input, or like for my file if I want to select a file. All right. So here after that, I will define another input. So I will have an input type equals file, and then I will set it to hidden. So let me break the line. So here I will just add the hidden true. So I want it to be hidden. I don't want to display it. And here I will just give it an ID. So I will call it input file. And then I can define what it should accept. So it should accept anything .jpg and anything .jpeg, so like any image. All right. So here .png and also .svg, .mp4. So here we can also add an mp4 and .mov, like any movie file, and finally .mp3, for example. All right. So just preparing this upfront. So here on change, I will create a method called upload media file, and here I will just pass the event.target. All right. So let's create this method. All right. So I think it's intervening with another. Okay. So with the method from the service. But let's go to the main component and let's create manually this. All right. So here, let's go back. All right. So now we can create the method upload media. All right. So this upload media, it will be of like the target will be a target event or null. So yeah. Okay. So let's leave it this way and we will come back to it in a few moments. All right. So here I will dynamically, on click, I will dynamically open my input file. So here I will have my input file .click. So I will just invoke the click event. All right. So this is the first part, and then after that, I will also have another I with a class. So this one will be for the emoji. So here I will give it a class FA regular, FA face smile. So face and then smile, and also a cursor pointer. And then on click, so when I click on it, I want to show emojis. So here show emojis equals not show emojis. So for this, I just need to create this variable. So let's create this field and let's first set it to false by default. And then we need to come back in here. So then if I have the show emojis, I want to display the emojis picker. So for that, I need to install a dependency. So here, let's run npm install, and the emoji is the library for that. It's called emojis mart. All right. And this is the dependency for it. So I will just install it. And now we can use it. So here we will use the emoji mart. Let's import that one, and then we can define the set. So set, and let's use Google for this one. So like the set from Google. All right, so like the icons, this means like the icons from, or like the icons defined by Google. All right, so here pick your emoji as a title, and then let's say an emoji, let's give it smile, like how we want to display the first one, or like the default one. And the class, let's give it an emojis panel. So we will define this emojis panel just to display it correctly. And here it comes with some events. So emojis, emoji click, when we click or like when we select an emoji. So I will add a method on select emojis, and here I just need to pass my event. So here let's create this method for now, and I will call this one emoji selected, or like the selected emoji. So I will keep it of type any, and we will come back to that later on. So first let's go ahead and define the property for the emoji, but for that let me show you the output before we move forward. So here when I click on the emoji, it will display it in this way. So it's not nicely looking, so that's why I need to add some styling for it. So let's go back to the code, and let's go and define our emoji panel. So here emoji panel. So first I want to give it a position absolute, and let's give it like left 350 or like 300 pixels, like on the left side, and also the bottom. So the bottom, let's say 50 pixels. So it will be displayed in this way. So let's try again. Let's refresh the page, and now it looks exactly this way. So let's also add some other styling. So here we have this styling. So okay, so the styling here, because we need to import the styles from the emoji mart. So here let's go back to the code, and let's open our styles.css, and on the top, so this is the to-do we left before. So here import, so at control/nginx emoji mart /picker. So this is like the one we need to import. So now if we go back in here and refresh, so I guess it only picker. All right, so now if I click on it, you see that now it looks really nice. So if I select one, it will be displayed in the chat later on. All right, now we can hide it, we can show it, and so on and so forth. So let's go back to the code and continue implementing the rest. So after displaying or after the emoji, I will have another input. So it will be of type text. So this will be the text where we want or like where we can type the message. So here I will give it a class. So it will be a form control small and a width 100. So I wanted to occupy the full width. Also, I will give it a placeholder, type a message. And here I will use an ng model. So here I need to import the forms control, and here this will be a message content. So we don't have this one yet. So let's go ahead and create it. And this, it will be an empty string for now. All right. So now I will add also another key down. So when I click on enter, I want to send the message. So I will add a method called key down, and here I will add a $event. Just to check what is the key event that I have. So the event, let's call it simply event without the $, and then we will implement this one later on. So now we have our event, and also I want to add a click event. So I will just call it on click. So on click, I don't need any event to pass, so it will be just a void. So the on click is when we click on the input message, or like the input text. I want to set all the messages to seen as well. So here I will just add 2 icons, but here if first I have my message content. So if my message content has length, this means, so I will add an I. So here it will be a class FA or like a FAS FA paper plane. So just for the icon, and I will give it cursor pointer, and also I can give it a click event, and I will call it send message. All right, so when we click on it, we want to send a message. Let's define the method. And then else, so if I do not have, or like if the user did not type any message, we can duplicate this one. So we don't have the click event, or we don't need it for this icon. So here, this will be just the icon for the microphone. So here I just will use the microphone. Now let's have a look on the output of this. So here, this is how it looks like. So here we can type the message, and as you can see here, now we have the microphone icon, and when I type a message, it will be a paper plane just to be able to send the message itself. All right. So now I will go back to the code, and here we have this global if. So where is it? Let me find it. We have if you have the selected chat. All right, so all this block. So this block, I want to wrap it in a condition. So here, if I have my selected chat.id, so if the user already selected a chat, I want to do something else, I want to do something else. So here, I will just put this block inside this condition. Else, if the user did not select a chat, I just want to display. So here, let's say I want to have a div, and let's say it's gonna be an empty one, and I will give it some style. So I will give it a class, a deflex, and a flex colon, justify content in the center, not between, and align items in the center. And I want to give it a height of 100% and a width 100%. Also, I will give it a class called background chat. All right, so this background chat, we already defined it earlier. So here inside this div, I will define an image. So here I will have an image, and the source, it will be the WhatsApp underscore banner, WhatsApp underscore banner dot PNG. And let's give it an alt empty, and I will give it a width. So a width, let's say 300 pixels. This should be fine. And then I will have an H2. So I will show you the output of this one. So here, let's say WhatsApp clone application by Alibu. All right, so this will be the message that I want to display. Also here you can have, for example, AP, let's say class text black 50, and let's give also some styling to this one. So here I want it to be also a text black 50. So here maybe something else, or like sub information. So now if we go back in here, so this is how it looks like. All right, so like the text is already in here, but because we have the background color as a black, so that's why it's not displaying. So here, if I go to the background chat, so let me bring the color. And now this is how it looks like. And when I select a chat, I will display the chat, display everything. All right, so now let's move on and start implementing few stuff in here. So when I select an icon, I want to display the icon in here. So this is the first thing that we will do. And here on select emoji. So the on select emoji, first I will just get the emoji itself and append it to the message content. So here I will have a constant emoji, and it will be of type emoji data equals my emoji selected dot emoji. All right, and then I will do just this dot message content plus equals emoji dot native. So emoji dot native. So let's see the output of this one. Let's select the chat. And now when I click on an emoji, you see that it's getting displayed in here. All right. So these are the emojis. I can select one, I can delete, I can update, and so forth. So now we have the emojis are getting correctly displayed. So also we have the on click when we click on this one. So we have this on click. Simply, I just need to call this dot set messages to scene. When I click on it, I just want to set the messages to seen. Also, we have the key down. All right. So here I just need to check if my event.key is of type enter. So when the user hits the enter button from the keyboard, I want to send the message. So this dot send message. All right. We will implement the send message in few moments. All right, so I'm just trying to fill out the missing part. So here, set messages to seen. We will implement it right away, and here we can also bring back this one. So now let's move on, and first of all, start implementing the missing methods. So set messages to seen. All right. So first of all, here, set messages to seen. So this is gonna be a simple REST call. So here, this dot message service dot set messages to seen. All right, and here all I need to do is to pass my chat ID, which is this dot selected chat dot ID, and then I can cast it as a string. And then all I need to do is to subscribe to it, and then just next, and it will be an empty method, and that's it. All right. So this is the method set chat messages, or like set messages to seen. Okay, so the next one, we will implement the send message method. So this, when we type something, we want to send the message to the destination, all right, to the receiver. So here, first I want to check if I have a message content. All right, so sorry, it should be an if this dot message content. So if the user already typed something. So first I will create a message request object of type message request equals the following. So here first I need to set the chat ID, which is this dot selected chat dot ID. And then I need to specify the sender ID, which is this. I will define the method. I will call it this dot get sender ID. So this dot get sender ID, it will be a method that will return the sender ID, as well as I will create a get receiver ID. So here for the sender ID, simply I will check if this dot selected chat dot sender ID is the same as this dot Keycloak service dot user ID. If it's the same, I simply need to return this dot selected chat dot ID, or like sender ID, and here I can cast it to a string, and I can also set the return type to a string for this method. Otherwise, I will just return this dot selected chat dot receiver ID. So here, because we just defined, also here I need as a string because it might be undefined. So this is the same thing that we implemented for the backend. So here I will create another method, get receiver ID. So get receiver ID, and in the same way, so we can also copy paste this one. So here instead of receiver it will be sender, and here instead of the sender here it will be the receiver. All right, so now let's go back and finish implementing this one, or like this part, the send message. So here we define the sender. Also we can define the receiver, which is this dot get receiver ID. And then we need to define the content, which is this dot message content. And of course we have the type, which will be by default text. All right, so it will be text. And then all I need to do is to call this dot message service dot save message. All right, so here to save the message, all I need to do is to pass the body, which is my message request object that I just created. And now I need to subscribe to it, and then next. And when I receive a response, or like when the response is correct, because we in the backend it will return a 200. So here what do I need to do? So when the message is successfully received, so here I will create a const, and I will call it message of type message response. Message response. All right, so I will create the message response my own and append it to the list of messages. I do not want, or I do not need to make a new REST call to fetch the list of the messages. All right, so here I will just define the sender ID, which will be this dot get sender ID, and also the receiver ID, this dot get receiver ID. And then I need to define the content, which is already the message that was sent by the user itself. And here I have a type, which is text. So here, let's say it's of type text, and then we will implement when we want to send an attachment. And here I need to define the state. So the state, when we send the message, by default, it will be sent. All right, so that's why I can set it to sent. And then I will set the created date, which is the new date. So here I can use a new date dot to string. All right, so this will be my message object. So once I define my message object, all I need to do is to do first this dot selected chat dot last message. I need to update the last message, so I want to update it automatically on the view. So this will be my message content. All right, because here, let me remind you, because in here in this place we want always to display the last message. So if the user sends a message, I want also to update this part right here. And then all I need to do is this dot chat messages dot push the message I just created. And then I need to reset my message content to an empty string. And then this dot show emojis, I need also to set it to false in case the emoji was opened. All right, so now this is the send message method. So this will send a message to the destination user. So let's go ahead and try this one. So here, what do we have? So we have the messages. And here, by the way, let me double check something. Maybe I put it the sender and the recipient in the wrong way. So this will be the sender. I will just copy the ID. And for the first message, I want this one to be the sender. And this one, he needs to be the receiver when. All right. So again, let's take the recipient ID and set it in here, and then it's the sender. All right. I think it's the same. So now let's go back and try what we did. So now I'll just refresh the page, select this one, and let's say test, for example. And when I hit enter, so we see that we sent a test. So these are my messages, and these are the messages that will be sent from the other side. So if I go back again here to messages, we see that we have a new message getting inserted in here. So this is the sender ID, the recipient ID, and we have the same chat ID and the types. All right, so now just to make sure that everything is fine. So I will go to the users. Let me log in again to my admin console. I will go to the user. First, I will set this one to a valid, like to an email verified. Let me check the session. I will log out all the sessions. Also, I will go to this user, and also I will, okay, so he does not have any session. So now if I refresh, I need to log in with the two users. So here I have another instance, which is in a private navigation, and this is the first one. So let's log in with the first user. So it will be john@mail.com in here, and the password. So this is the first user. So this is the receiver, and in here, let's connect with the other user. So let's get this one. Let's copy the email. And let's connect with this one. So maybe let me remove the extra spaces, and here password. All right, so now we have this John Doe and William Bell communicating together. So this is the interface that where John Doe is connected, and this is the one where William Bell is connected. So like William Bell is talking with John Doe, and here John Doe is talking with William Bell. So here, when I click on it, so I will see the messages, and now I see that I have the hello, which was seen by the recipient. So now if I click on this one, I see that both my messages were seen by the destination user. Just I want to check here, because I guess the styling in here is not working. All right, so why margin left? Okay, so because it should be 7 pixels. All right, so now it looks better. So let's just go ahead and fix this one. So now let's go back to the UI, and in here we see that everything is fine. All right, so now when we send a message, it will be sent. So for example, let's try to send an emoji in here. And if I click on send, we see that also the emoji is correctly displayed. So now we did not yet implement the WebSocket, but if I refresh, we see that we have the last message as an emoji. And when I click on it, it will be displayed. All right, so like when I click on the set messages to scene, we see that we have, or like with this, we are displaying this one. All right, so now let's go back to the code, and here let's see what we need to implement also. So here set messages to scene. Let's check the first call. So we need to reset this one. So we need to reset the unread count to 0. So in this way, so here we see that all the messages were seen from this side and also from this side right here. So for example, if I send a new message, test 2 for example, and I refresh on this side, so we have a new message. When I click on it, so you see that we have no more messages to be seen. All right, so this is, I guess so far we did a good job. So now what we want to implement, or like what we need to implement next, is the WebSocket, or like the real-time communication. So we will set up the WebSocket configuration for the front end, as well as we will do all the necessary things. And also we need to implement this chat right here, or like the contact list right here. So we will implement all the necessary requirements. So let's move on and finish that. All right, so now before moving forward and implementing the WebSocket side, first I want to make, or like to add some things in the chat list component in here. So I think I need only the UI. So here we have search contact, chat clicked, and select contact method. So I want to implement this one. So this means when the user, here from the contact list, when the user, let me refresh, and when the user selects a contact here, so I just want to initiate a chat and send this response back to the parent component. So here, the first thing, I just need to use my chat service. So I don't have it, so I will inject it in here. So here I will have a private chat service. And then I guess also I will need my Keycloak service. So here, private Keycloak service of type Keycloak service. All right, so now when we select a contact, I would like to initiate or to start a chat already. So here I will call my chat service dot create chat. So this is where we will create the chat. And here we need to pass the sender ID, which is this dot Keycloak service dot user ID as a string. So this is why I need my Keycloak service. So because I know that the sender is always the connected user, and then I have my receiver ID. So this will be the contact, or like the selected contact dot ID. Also I can make it, or like I can cast it to a string, and then all I need to do is to subscribe to it, and then next. So here next, and we will have the result, and then so colon in here, semicolon in here, and then when we get the result, I will create a const of type chat of type const, call it chat of type chat response equals the following. So here I will just give it an ID, which is res my dot response. So like this is the chat ID that will be created in the backend. And then the name, so the name, it will be by default the contact dot first name plus, and then space plus contact dot last name. So this will be the chat name as we defined it in the backend. So here I will, let's say is recipient online. So recipient online, it will be contact dot online. So just because we have this information already from the users of the contact list. And then we have the last message time. So the last message time, it will be contact dot last seen. And then we will have our sender ID, which will be this dot Keycloak service dot user ID. So this is our user ID. and also we will have the receiver ID, which will be our contact dot ID. So then all I need to do, first of all, I just this dot chats, and then I want to unshift the chat that I just created. Unshift means inserting it in the beginning. All right. So then this dot search new contact will be false. So because the chat was already initialized, and then this dot selected chat or chat selected, which is the output emitter, dot emit the chat that we just created. So this will send the chat to the parent component. All right. So like, or the selected chat to the parent component. So this is the first part we had to implement. So the select contact is now up and ready. So it's already implemented, and now we can go back to the main component and start implementing our WebSocket part. So I can close everything, and here I just need to go back in here. So here I will just create a method, and I will call it init WebSocket. So here this dot init WebSocket. Let's go ahead and define this method. So create method init WebSocket. So here in this init WebSocket, so first of all, I need to check if this .keycloak service .keycloak .token parsed .subject. So if I have a subject, all right. So this one, I can add this check. So if I have the subject, because I need the subject, because this should be the user ID to whom I need to subscribe, like to whom, like I need to subscribe to the WebSocket dedicated for that user. That's why I need to check if I have the subject or not. So first, I will initialize a WebSocket equals a new sock.js. So equals new sock.js, and then I need to provide the URL. So here JS is with an uppercase, so we don't, okay. Here we need to import the sock.js manually. So the sock.js is simply, we need to do the following. So let's remove this one, and in here, let's say import sock.js from sock.js dash client. So here we might not, or like we don't have this type. So all we need to do is to run this npm install types / sock.js client. So let's go ahead and do it and see what will happen. So here with Angular 19, I guess it will be a version issue. So I will tell you how to fix that. So here, all I need to do is to open my package.json file and then scroll down to dev dependencies. And here you can add these types. So first, after Jasmine, so let's copy this one. Paste this one. So it will be types / okay, so I think the issue was because we had the space. So types / sock.js client. Let's remove this one. And here we can use the version 1.5.4. All right. So also we will need the same thing. So here we will need the types / stomp.js, and the version we can use for stomp.js 239, which is, I guess, the latest one. So here all I need to do is to run npm install. All right. So now this should install the types, and the error should be gone from here. All right. So this is the sock.js, and this is how you can fix this issue. Also, we will need the stomp. So I will just import it up ahead. So import star as stomp from, and then I can just define stomp.js. Semicolon, and here let's just fix the typo, stomp. And now we can go back to our init WebSocket method. So here for the sock.js, we just need to provide the URL. So it's http://8080/ws for WebSocket. So this is what we defined already for the WebSocket configuration. And here I need to create or to declare a WebSocket client. So here I will just say this.socket client, and let's define it first. So here I will have a socket client of type any equals null. So this is the definition of my socket client. So this socket client equals stomp dot over my WebSocket. So I want to connect to my WebSocket. So then I will create a constant, let's call it a sub URL. So this will be the URL for the user. And here it will be /user/ and then I will use this .keycloak service .keycloak.token parsed and then .sub. All right, and then /chat. So this is the URL that we defined for our chat. So here equals, we need an assignment, and then simply I need to do this .socket client .connect. So here we have a connect method. So this connect method, we can pass few parameters. So we can pass headers, and then the header that we want to pass is the authorization. So because our WebSocket already is behind a secure endpoint, and here it will be simply a bearer token plus this keycloak.token. So this will be our bearer token. So here I need a plus and then comma. This is now I need to define the fallback function. All right, so this will be the fallback function. All right, so now once we are connected to the WebSocket, so here I will have this .notification subscription. So this is an object that I need to define, equals this .socket client .subscribe. So here I have a method called subscribe, and to which URL I want to subscribe to, the sub URL I just defined. All right, and also this one comes with a callback method, another callback method, and this one it will have, or like it will give us the response. Let's define it as type any. So first let's define this notification subscription. So let's define it as type any, and also we can keep it as a private one. All right, so then, all right, so here I will just add one thing else. So in case we are not able to connect to our WebSocket, so here I will just console.error and error while connecting to WebSocket. All right, so just to display an error message in case something goes wrong. All right, so then after connecting to that one, I will create a constant. I will call it notification, and it will be of type notification. So it's a model that we need to define, equals json.parse and then message.body. All right, so we need to parse the body of the message that we will receive in here. So first of all, let's go ahead and define our notification object. So the notification object, it will be the same as we had defined it in the backend. So first I will create a file and I will call it notification.ts. So this will be the notification. So export interface notification. And now I will define the different attributes that I have. So first I will have my chat ID, and it will be of type string, and I have the content also of type string. I will have my sender ID as well of type string. I think most of them, they will be of type string. And then I will have receiver ID of type string. So what we can do also, we can take the notification object from the backend and just change what needs to be changed. All right, so here after the receiver, I will also declare a message type. So for the message type, it will be of type of the following. So it will be, because we have it as an enum, so the values are kind of constant. So we can define it in this way. So here first we have a text, we have an image, we have video and audio. So this is the message type. And then we have a type, or the notification type itself, and in the same way, so it will be a list of constant strings. So here we have whether if the notification is about a message which was seen or a message itself, or here we have an image, or also we can have video and audio. So video, and we have here audio. All right, so then we have also a chat name. So a chat name, and then also it will be of type string. And finally, we have the media. So the media, it will be of type array. So since it will be a base 64 or like a byte, so it will be an array of string. And also this one, it might be undefined. So this is our notification object. So now if we go back in here, we can import this notification object from the correct package or from the correct place. So once we have our notification, here I will just create a method and I will call it this.handle. The method we'll call it handle notification, and I will pass the notification as a parameter. So we don't have this handle notification yet. So now let's go ahead and implement it. So this handle notification, it will handle all the types of notifications. All right. So whether the notification is of type message, image, and so on and so forth. So based on that, we will define what we want to do. So first of all, I will make a check if not notification. So if I do not have a notification, I will just return. So I don't need to go through this method. And then if I have, so now I have the first case. If I have a selected chat and the selected chat is dedicated for, or the notification that I received is for the open or the selected chat. So for that, I have a specific scenario. Otherwise, it will be a different one. All right. So just follow me along. So if I have this .selected chat and this .selected chat.id equals the notification.chat ID. If the notification is dedicated for the same chat that I'm about to, or like the chat which is already open, like other differently speaking. All right, so here switch notification.type. So depends on the type that I will receive in here. So here I will have two cases. So the first one, case message, and also case if the message of type image for the selected chat. All right. So here what I will do, I will create a const. I will call it message. So now I need to build the message. All right. It will be of type message response equals the following. So here I need my sender ID, which is the notification.sender ID, and need also my receiver ID, which is notification.receiver ID. I need also the content, which is notification.content. I need also the type, which is from the notification.get type or message type in here, I guess. Yes. So it's message type. I need also the media. So this will be my media. So notification.media. I don't care if the media is not defined because I'm already handling this in the code, in the HTML part. And finally created add. So this will be my new date dot to string. All right. So this is the message. Now I need to double check. So here I need to, so I'm still inside this switch case, like the case message or image. So here I would just want to do a first check if my notification message.type is of type image. So if it is of type image, I want to add something. So here this .selected chat .last message. So just last message. I want it to be attachment. All right, because this is what I'm trying, or this is what I'm using in order to control in the front end side. All right, so else if the message is of type text, so if it's not an image, this .selected chat .last message will be the notification.content. All right, so and then in all the cases I will do this .chat messages .push my message. All right, so this is in case the message is coming from the selected message. All right, so then after doing that, all I need to do is to do a break. All right, so to break the current one. Otherwise, if the message or like case scene, so if the message is of type or the notification is of type scene, so all I need to do, like simply I will just do it in a simple way. So this .chat message .for each, and for all of them or for all the messages, I will just set the state sorry, it should be m in here, message.state equals seen. So I'll just update it manually, and then I need to break so I do not pass to the other cases. All right, so this is the switch, the first case. Now else. So now comes the different, or like the other scenario. So the other scenario, whether we have also like two sub scenarios. So whether we have a destination chat or this is a new chat. So here, what do we have? So whether we have a message, so let's assume we have two users connected. So the first user is already talking with some people, but let's have user X who wants to communicate with a connected user, but they don't have a chat before between them. So in that case, I need to create or to initiate a chat for the connected user, so he will see or he can see the chat directly without need to refresh. So like we want to have the same experience or the same user experience for as the real WhatsApp clone application. All right, so in order to do that, first I will create a constant, and I will create a variable, call it dist chat, so destination chat. So here for this destination chat, I will just need to filter the chat lists, and then I need to do find. So here I want to find, so let's see for chat, and if the chat ID equals my notification dot chat ID. So here chat ID. So if it is the same, so if this if I already have this destination chat, all right. So if it is there, and now I need to check if I have my destination chat and the notification dot type is of type seen. All right. So is of type seen. So this is the first scenario. If I have the destination already, so like if the chat is already created for both users, now I just need to update the information, like the global information that I have in here. So here, if my notification dot type is of type message, all right. So here it should not be seen. So if it's a different case, so if it's not a scene, because the scene is a case that we will implement just in a few moments. All right, so if the message type, or like if the notification type is of type message, so this means that we received a new message. So here destination chat dot last message, it will be the notification dot content. All right, so content. Else, if my notification type, so notification.type is of type image. So if this is the case, the destination chat, so here I can duplicate this one, and it will be attachment. So here it will be attachment. All right, so then I just need to update the destination chat information. So here all I need to do is destination chat dot last message time. It will be a new date and then to string, and then my destination chat dot unread count, I need just to do +1. So here this might be also undefined, so adding this one, it will just give it an initial value or like an init value. So now we go to the else, to the other case. So here, if my notification dot type is of type message, all right, so here if it's of type message, and this case means that I do not have the destination chat. All right, so I don't have the destination chat, so I need to create a new one. So this is the goal of this part of code. So here I will create a const new chat of type chat response, and let's initialize it. So here, let's give it an ID. So it will be my notification.chat ID. And then we have the sender ID. It will be also the notification.sender ID. And we have also the receiver ID, dot receiver ID. And then we have the last message. So it will be notification.content. And then we have the name, so it will be notification.name or chat name. and then we will have the unread count. So it will be 1 by default since it's a new chat. So it will be by default 1. And then if the user sends another message, like the other scenario will be executed. So it will be good on the count. So here finally I just need to set the last message time. So new date dot to string. And then all I need to do is to do this dot chats dot end shift and then the new or my new chat. So now we are almost done with this. So we just need to add a few things. So here I will implement on destroy. So here I need the on destroy method. Let's go ahead and implement it. So this the notification subscription, we will just do it right now. All right, so here when we want to do the destroy, so like when we destroy the component, I need also to disconnect from the WebSocket and to unsubscribe from any subscription that I have. So but first I need to check if I have my socket client. So if it is different from null, so then I need this dot socket client dot disconnect. So I have a disconnect method, and then this dot notification subscription dot unsubscribe. So I want to unsubscribe from it, and finally this dot socket client equals null. I just need to reinitialize it. So this is the first one. So now we can just go ahead and try and see what will be the output of this one. So here we see that the application is not working, and here because we have this global is not defined. I already explained this one in a previous video on my YouTube channel, but I will also explain it for you right now. So for that, we need to add some text, because the window, or like the window, there is a window parameter which is not defined. So we will just define it right away. So in order to do that, I will just go under source, like at the same level of the styles, and I will create a new class, and I will call it, for example, window global fix. So window dash global dash fix dot ts, and this global window global fix, it will contain only one line. So here I need to export window as any dot global equals window. So this is the issue, and now I need to declare this in few places. So the first, I need to open my angular.json file, and then I need to go to the polyfills. So here I have the polyfills in here, just after zone.js. So here all I need to do is to define my source.window global fix.ts file. So this will be the first declaration. So I will just copy the name, and then in the tsconfig app, or like tsconfig.app.json, here we have also files. So we need to declare this one here as well. So it should be also source/window global fix.ts. So now I just need to restart the application, since we updated the angular.json file as well as the tsconfig app. So this should be fine. And now if I go back to the browser, and here let's say that I will connect with john@mail.com and then password. So here we see that everything is fine, and now we see that we are connected to the WebSocket and we have everything in here. All right, so now if I try to send a message, so here I will not select any chat, and I will try just to send a message from the other user. So here I guess it's william@mail.com, and the password is also password. So now if I send a message to this John Doe, I say, for example, hello there. So the message was sent, and here we see that we already have this notification. So here this is the object that we received, and now we have this notification. So now let me maybe try to bring both of them to the same screen. All right, I guess this should be at least fine. Let me bring the other one. All right, so here when I click on this message, this should be double checked right now if everything is working fine. So as you can see, this was double checked in here. So for example, if I send a message, this should be displayed immediately in here. So hello back. And you see here that we have a hello back. So now if I click on this here, so the message now was marked as seen from the other side. So now this is working perfectly fine. The next step, we can just go ahead and implement the attachment. But before that, let me try to log. Okay, so the logout is not working. I need to check that. So this is the William Bell user. I will just try to log him out. So admin, all the sessions are expired. So this is the William Bell. Yes, so I will end his session manually and then we will fix the logout. All right, so now, okay. So here I will keep this chat open. All right, so I will keep the chat from this side open. I will register a new user. All right, so let's call this one maybe walter@mail.com and let's use password, and here password. And here maybe let's say Walter something Bishop, for example. So Walter Bishop, and now I can register a new user. So now let's test the scenario where I want to start or to initiate a chat with this John Doe user. So now I have John Doe, he is online. So I will create, okay, so clicking on it does not seem to be working. All right, so this is something to investigate. All right, so we have a 500, maybe it's something related to the backend. So let's see what do we have in here. So I'll just stop it and let's start again this one. So here maybe we forgot something. Okay, so for named parameter sender. So I guess in here we just in the chat service and find chat by receiver ID, and here's sender ID and recipient ID. So let's check this named query. So in the chat, so here we have sender ID, recipient. Okay, so here it should be sender ID. So this is what we missed. All right, so now if I restart my backend and open again the front end, so now hopefully I should be able to start or to initiate a chat. So let's see. So the backend is already connected, is already up. So now let's start a new chat with this John Doe. So here we see that we already have the chat for this user, but we do not have yet something here. So here, let's say hello there. This is a new message. And when I click enter, all right, so here I expected that the chat will be displayed in here, but it was not. So maybe let's investigate that one. So, but anyways, we see here that we have the chat. And for example, if I send an emoji in here, so the emoji is correctly displayed and the count is correctly displayed. But I think just creating the new chat is not working fine. So let's just go ahead and check that one. All right, so let's review the code that we have in here. So here we have, this is the global one, and here in case, so here if we have nothing, so here we try to find the chat. So where the chat ID equals the notification ID, and if this one is not seen, so this means if we have the destination chat, else if we do not have the destination chat and the message type is message. So this should be correct. And then we create a new chat of type chat response and we just unshift it. All right, so this should be fine. All right, so here, let's go back now and let's go back to users. So I will just also disconnect this one, and in here I will just register a new user. All right, I will open also the console from here. So here, let's say, for example, ali@mail.com, password, and here let's say Ali and then Bo Ali. So we have now the chat. So let's see what is the type of the notification. So I will try to talk with this John Doe. Hello from Alibu. So let me clean this up. And now when I click on send, okay, so it seems to be working, but the name is not correct. So here there is something, or there is an issue with the name. So if I refresh from this side, so it's displaying the correct one. So here, if I send another message, so it's displaying the correct one. So maybe before we did not just refresh this page, so that's why the chat was not initiated. But here we need to display the correct one. So let's check if we made some mistake for the chat name. All right, so for the chat, we did not specify, or like, okay, so we have here the chat name. So, all right, so the chat name is John Doe. Maybe this is wrong from the backend side. So maybe the backend is sending the wrong one. So here, if we go to message controller.java, and here send message, or like save message. So here, let's say chat name. So chat, get chat name. All right, so here everything seems to be fine. So maybe let's add a breakpoint in here and see. Okay, so let's go back here. So here another test. So now I just want, first of all, to check the sender ID. So message request, and here the sender ID, which is this one. I will just copy the value, and then I will go back to Keycloak and then users. And I think the user should be this Walter, something like this, which is this one, the one ending with A5. Okay, so I think it's the wrong user. Okay, sorry, we are just connecting with this one. So it's the correct one. All right, so here the user is correct. Let's go back to the service. And here, so if we try to inspect this one, so this, it should return the sender ID. So here, if the recipient is the same as the sender ID. So, okay, let's add another breakpoint in here. So let's just try to get this information. All right. So here the sender is this one. So the sender is this one. So here I think we just switched the check. So here, if the sender, and here I need to return the recipient, otherwise we need to return the sender. So if it's the same sender, so the chat name should be the other one, so like the recipient. Otherwise it should be the sender. So now let's restart the backend, and let's just log out this ali@mail.com, or we can just connect Walter, for example, or William Bishop from here. So let's go to John Doe and his session. And now let's connect with William, for example. All right, so now we can also disable these breakpoints. All right, so now if I initiate a new chat with William. So hello, William. Come on. All right, so here it should be from, all right, so maybe something is wrong in here. So let me bring this back as it was before. So again, I will just disconnect this William user. I will end his session. And then let's connect with another user. So we tested with, okay, so let's test with Walter. So walter@mail.com and then password. All right, so here we have, so this user is the Ali user. So, but I just to make sure. So here I will just log out this user from here. I will just log him out, and then I will log in again. So ali@mail.com and then password. All right. So here we connected in here with Walter. So now if I initiate a chat with Walter, hi Walter, All right, so here maybe something is wrong. So after investigating the code, I found out that we have a small bug that needs to be fixed. So for this chat name, it should not be this one. So this is the chat name that we want to get for the connected user. So all we need to do is to duplicate this one, and let's call it get target chat name. So here, if it's the same as the sender, so we just return the sender name. All right. Otherwise, we return the recipient name. And here in the message service, we just need to call the get target chat name. So here, let's fix if we have another notification in here. So it's the only place where we need to send the target chat name. So now if I rerun the application, and I will disconnect all the users and create new ones. So here, let's refresh this one. So here we have, all right, so I just created another user. So I will just disconnect him and create a new user. So here we have, so I just tested it and it's working. So now I will just refresh here and I will create a new user. So here, let's test. So let's test at mail.com. So I need to click on register, sorry. So test at mail.com and a password, another password, and here test user. So if I click on register, so now if I send a message to William Bell, I guess this is the connected user from the other side. So hello there. And okay, so this is not the user. All right, so here I will just go back. Okay, I will try to end all these sessions. So I think it's, yeah, so it's Walter. Maybe I will try to send another message to Walter. So here, if I open my chat, so here, hello. So we see that now it's displaying the correct username. So now we have our chat, and if I click on it, so the chat is marked as read. Now we just need to go ahead and implement attaching a file. So we want to attach or to send a file to our user. All right, so now let's implement the upload media function. So first here I will create a const file, and this I will need a helper method to extract file from target. Extract file from target. And for that, I will pass my target as a parameter. So let's implement this method. So this will extract and return my file. So here it will return a file, or maybe a null, just in case. So here, how to extract the file from the target. So first I will add an HTML input target equals target as HTML input element. All right, so then if my target is null, so here if my target is null, or my HTML input target dot files is null. So this is just a check, because that's why here we return a file or null. So we'll just return null. Otherwise, if everything is fine, I just need to return HTML input target dot files and then 0. So I just need to get the first file. So now let's go back to the method, and here first we need to check if my file is not null. So if the file is not null, first I will declare a reader. So const reader equals a new file reader. So then I will have the reader dot onload. So when the file is ready to load, and then here I will have I will declare an arrow function. So here, if I have my reader dot result. Alright, so if I have my reader.result, first I will just try to get the media lines. I will create a const called media lines, because for that I just want to send a notification with the subject, or like with the media file that was selected. It equals reader.result dot toString, and then I would like just to split it using the comma. So here I will split and then get the first element. All right, so then all I need to do is to call my message service dot upload media. So here to upload the media, I need to pass my chat ID, which is this dot selected chat dot ID, and I can cast it to a string, and then I will have the body. So the body, it will contain a file, which will be the file itself. So then if everything is fine, I will subscribe to it. So next, and then arrow function. So now all I need to do is to create again a new object of type message response. So here I will create an object message of type message response equals to the following. So here I need to set the sender ID, which is this dot get sender ID. And then I have the receiver, which is this dot get receiver ID. And then I have the content. So the content, it will be attachment. All right. So attachment, and then we will see how it looks like when we send an attachment. So the type, it will be an image. And then the state, it will be sent. And then we have the media. So this is why we needed the media lines. And finally, we have the created at, so it will be a new date dot toString. And finally, all I need to do is to do this dot chat messages dot push and then message. And that's it. So this will upload the file, and then if everything is fine, we will push this file to our messages list. So let's go ahead and test this part. So now, if I select, for example, this one and click on select, so this will open the select option. So I can select this one, and then I can click on send. So I guess something was wrong in the backend, maybe. No, so the backend was fine. So if I refresh in here, so okay, so the message was not sent. All right, so let's open the network and try again. So here I will select, oh yes, because I think I missed something in here. So here I need to call the reader. So my reader dot read data as URL from the file, because the file was not read. All right, so now if we go back here and do another test. So here, if I select this user and I try to send this message, so here we see that we have the image, and here from the other side, we see that we have an attachment. So when I click on it, so the image is already displayed in here. So now, for example, if I send back a reaction, so the reaction is displayed immediately in here. All right. So in this way, we implemented all the functionalities of our part. Maybe in the coming video, we'll try to implement recording a voice, sending videos, and so forth. All right. So here, when I click on this one, so the message is marked as seen. All right. So now the final step is to implement the auto scroll for the messages. So when we receive a new message, we need to auto scroll. So the first thing in here, I will just first add a view child, and for this view child, I just need to bind it to the scrollable div that we have in here. So then this one will be I will call it scrollable div. So scrollable div, and it will be of type. So here it will be of type element ref. So element ref of type HTML div element. So HTML div element. All right. So then within this ng destroy, I need the after view checked. So here we have an after view checked. So let's implement this one. So here in this after view checked, all I need to do is to create a method. So I will call it this.scrollBottom. So this method, I will define it in here. So this scroll bottom, it will have some logic. So here, first I need to check if I have this .scrollable div. So if my element is already ready. So here I will do create a constant. I will call it div and equals this .scrollable div.native element. And then div.scrollTop. So scroll top equals the div.scrollHeight. So here div.scrollHeight. So this will automatically scroll down like to the bottom when we receive a new message and when we have like more messages than the height of the div. So this will ensure that we will have an automatic scroll to the bottom of our component. So let's have a look on the application that we will build so far. And now first I will start with signing in a new user. So here I have a first instance and I have another one in a private navigation. So here the first thing I will register a new user. So here the first one I will call it william@mail.com. So this will be the first one and I will give it a password as a password. Let's confirm the password. And here let's give it the first name and Bell as last name. So let's click on register. So now we are automatically redirected to the main view of our application. So far we don't have any chat. So since this is a new user, we can here click and navigate and go to the account management dashboard where the user can update his information, first name, last name, and so on and so forth. So let's go back in here. Now I will just register a new user. So here I will call it walter@mail.com and I will use password as a simple password. And here I will call it Walter Bishop as my user name. So now if I click on register, so here when I click on this one to create a new chat, this will display all the connected users that I have in my application. So here I have a John Doe and I have a William Bell as well. So here let's start a chat with the user William Bell. So here when I click on it, it will display the information of the user like the first name, last name, and if the user is online or not. Since our user in here is already online since we just created it, so the user appears online. So here let's say hello William and let's wave maybe for him. So here we can see that we can include some emojis and we can see like a lot of them. Also for the emojis, we can configure them, like we can specify the color, we can specify so many things. So like it's really customizable and we have a real like full set of icons. So here let's maybe use this one. And now when I click on send, so here first of all we see that here we have the latest message that was sent. So now if I switch to the new or like to the other user, which is William Bell, like the connected one, so here we see that we receive a message and we have a non-read message. Also in here, it's only one check. So this means that the message was just sent and it's not yet seen or opened by the receiver. So if I click on it, so here I see the information. So now maybe let's say hello back. And before saying hello back, we see here that when we open the email, so we see that we have a double check in here. So like it's instantly switched to seen. So hello back, let's try maybe to wave. So here if I search for wave and now I can send the message. So here we see that we have the latest message is as hello back and we have hello back in here and my message is not yet seen. And if I click for example in here and switch back, so we see that the message was checked. So here for example, let's say message, hey, tell me what you think about this photo, about this picture for example. So I will attach a picture, let's say maybe my own picture. So now I can send a picture, right? So here when I move to the other side, if the last message is an attachment, so it will appear as attachment in here. So when I click on this or when I select the chat, so this will mark the messages here as sent. So like it's the same behavior or it's the same user experience as in the WhatsApp chat application. All right, so here, okay, I really like it. Maybe let's send some emoji, something like that, and then we can send this one. So here again, from the other side, this is the latest message, and we have here the time and so forth. So this is mainly or globally the application that we will implement all together. So this is something really really nice. Like personally, when I was recording and implementing this application, I had really so much fun. So I'm sure that you will have also, and you will enjoy implementing this application with me. So stick to the video and let's implement this application, this awesome application, this awesome WhatsApp clone all together. Alright guys, so that was it for today's video. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned from it. Also, if you like this video, don't forget to hit the subscribe button, join me, and also just quick reminder, don't forget, if you want to be part of our bootcamp, just go ahead and hit the join button on my YouTube channel. I will leave you all the links in the description of this video. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for watching. And of course, don't forget to share this video with your friends and your colleagues, and see you in the next one.